Hello. Oh, look, Nat, you think you got a live mic there? I'll bring you in a minute. Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia. I've got a special edition of the show. I think you've got a clunky mic there, Nat. I'll sort that out in a minute. We are going to do the Substack special edition today. We're going to talk all about Substack, how you can use it. This show is going to Substack, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So listen to it wherever you can. We can have 8 people on stage. And when we do that, it looks really fast and funky like this, which I love. I love doing this. So I'm just going to quickly run through what the show's going to be about. And then we're just going to have a lot of fun. Call in with your questions and we can have update people. So fundamentally, this show's about Substack. Now, a lot of people who don't know much about it. It's a thumping place, 50 million people using it, 80 million people visiting. I reckon it's going to go off. And this is my stats, or these are my stats for the moment I'm building. And this is the link to my Substack if you want to get some highlights from the show. The show also goes to LinkedIn. Such a cool thing. And let me know where you're calling in from. Those notes will show up in my feed and I'll be able to punch those in for you. If you prefer, which a lot of people do now, you can watch the show on YouTube. And my YouTube channel is Keith Keller TV. What an original title. And there is the link. You go to streams for the live shows and playlists for the replays and the recordings. And we're just going to have so much fun today. And if you've got any questions at all, put them in the comments and I'll type them out and I'll ask the guests. So, Rach, jump in. Tell us what you're doing. Tell us who you are for the 3 people in the world that have never heard of you. So this is brilliant. Tell us how you're using Substack and what is it for you? As a writer, I'm guessing it's really a fundamental part of your strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Is my sound okay? Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I started on Substack in 2023, August, and I had maybe 16 or 1800 subscribers that I had built over a decade using MailChimp. I also used MailerLite. I hated writing newsletters. So I never really did anything with it. Plus, I own my own book marketing business. So it's, I'm doing those things for clients, but not necessarily for myself. So then I started on Substack and I've grown to to over 12,000 subscribers in 2 years, a little over 2 years. And I'm growing every day. And so I'm very open with people. If you're an author and you have a book out, that is the easiest way for you to grow. And that is, we'll get into kind of some information on that, but that's one of the easiest ways I found to grow is if you're an author, you can participate in some giveaways where you get a lot of opt-in signups, and they're all opt-in. So it's all copacetic with all the GDPR and Can Spam Act and, all that stuff about subscriber law.
Yeah, I think this is, as a creative, and creatives have some issues with how to promote themselves, and there's so many great ways to do it. What I'll do is I'll bring Nat in. Nat's a really interesting person, another mate of mine, and she's just been retrenched, and she's turned her story into a sort of a journey. And I would love to hear how you're doing that, Nat. I think you've got a bit of scratchy sound, but let's just see how we go. How you doing? Have you
Hey, Keith.
do you know Rachel?
No, I do not.
Okay, so Rachel is a book marketing coach and also all-around awesome person, and you've just got you've got a book in you, and I know you want to write one about your journey being retrenched and that big kick in the guts we've all had, it, and you're just taking it up a notch. Tell us how you're using Substack and what you're doing.
Well, first of all, nice to meet you, Rachel. I'm Nat. And so, Keith, I've been on Substack for just over 4 months, and I discovered the platform very organically. I was actually had a novel that I had written, and I was looking to see how I can publish it. And somehow Substack came up in my search, and I realized it was a platform where I could, you know, write my articles and post them. And so, Keith, I think we met probably 2 months ago, and at that time I had about 100 followers. Um, as of right now, I'm very close to 500. So I thank you. So I've grown a lot in the month of February, really primarily due to a viral article that I wrote. Just didn't think it was going to go viral. It was just really me expressing my thoughts on a couple of things I saw on the platform that I really was not, too happy with, and it kind of blew up. So that's my Substack story of growth. But I use the platform, like Keith said, to basically tell the story of my journey after I was laid off from a corporate job. And it's, a very high paying executive type job, which really was probably the end of my corporate career, because I just don't want to go back to this. And I'm hoping that, I'm developing a reset program, a midlife reset, but it's not just something that I'm writing. I'm documenting what I'm living through, documenting on Substack as I build out this
Ah,
program. So
what we call
that's what
building.
I'm doing.
This is extraordinary, and Rach, pick up on this, because there's two things going on here. One is, the biggest question I get about Restream is, well, how do I build my followers? How are you doing? And I've got to 150 since September, so I'm very impressed, Matt. Very impressed.
Thank you.
So, I would love to know how to build out, but that's one thing. And second of all, look at the story there, Rach. Nat's just been retrenched. She's decided to flip it and turn it into a book. Hopefully, it'll inspire other people who've been retrenched. We've all been there. It's a kick in the guts. It's hard to get back up, but you're not alone. And Substack's just genius for that, isn't it? What do you think, Rach? What do you write about, and do you see a lot of people writing about their stories?
Yeah, I mean, I want to compliment her because I'm sorry I couldn't hear your name and I don't see it on the screen, so apologies there. But I think it's smart because Substack is where not only writers are hanging out, but readers as well, and people who don't like, everything being visually, moving all the time. I think that really appeals to a lot of people as well. And I think the reason I started on Substack was because I have been writing blog posts for, I don't know, 10 or 15 years. And I wasn't doing the newsletter thing. And I've really started to understand, as we've seen social media go under an enormous amount of change just over the last couple of years, right? Many of us came over from X because from Twitter, because X just imploded. But regardless, I think what I learned is followers don't necessarily translate or convert to subscribers or readers of my books.
Mm.
There's very little direct interaction. And that's why I love Substack, because it really is about 5 or 6 different things all in one. And I think a lot of people don't really realize they can use it for their newsletter that goes to subscribers. They don't have subscribers, they can build subscribers. It lives on the app, so anybody can go and listen to your shows, or Keith, or read posts in other people's publications. It's because it's still there. And then you also have Notes, which is the internal social media feed, which is a great way to share your posts, or you can also share your audios that are coming up. And then we also have Chat, which is private. And so that is all of my subscribers. For example, if I put something in my chat, my subscribers will see it,
Yep.
but people who don't follow me won't necessarily see it. And then, of course, you have audio and video. So there's 5 or 6 different things you can do with this one platform, which I really love. And most of it is indexed by Google and AI search. And that's really the big point, is not just are you connecting with people, but are you increasing your visibility online?
It's extraordinary. I mean, when I first heard about Substack, I thought, oh, this is just for writers, and I don't like to write, and I don't like to read. I know, sorry, I don't like to read. So I thought, well, that's not going to be any good for me. But then when they said, mate, you can do your shows there. I mean, look at what we're doing today. We start with Restream, a central site. We send it to YouTube, to LinkedIn, and now to Substack. 3 for 1, 3 in 1. I'm doing one show on one person, but it's going to 3 places. Now, Substack even takes that further, as you said, and allows you to do blog posts and newsletters and notes, which are like tweets. And depending on your style of presentation or content delivery, there's pretty much everything for everyone here. I don't think there's a single thing missing, is there?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think people just have, especially, I get a lot of questions from people like, why is nobody looking at my chat? And I go to see their publication and they don't have a publication. So you can't have a chat unless you have subscribers, and you have to have a publication so they have somewhere to subscribe to. So there is a certain amount of order in learning the different components. But if somebody just wants to come and read and just kind of get to know the platform, that is the best way, I think, to really learn what you like and don't like.
What do you think, Nat? What are the features that you like about Substack, and what are you using and hope to learn from next?
I think she might have dropped off.
Yeah, I think she came back in again as a different entity, as a series of numerics, alphabetical. But what are you thinking, Nat? Yeah, having a bit of trouble there. I'll take you out just for now, and you can come back in. But look, what I love about Substack is that there is so many components, and because this is a replay that will go to YouTube, let's start with the most obvious. What is the best way to grow your subscribers on Substack? What a great question. I think that's one everyone wants to know.
It is a great question. So as I mentioned, if you're a writer, the best thing you can do if you have the budget for it is to participate in what we call subscriber surge giveaways. So for example, one of the companies, I'm literally writing about this now, and I'm going to publish this on Wednesday. So this is really good timing, Keith. One of the companies I use is called Book Sweeps, like like you're sweeping with an S at the end. And they have monthly genre specific programs that writers you offer one copy of your book and you pay their price, which can be, depending on your genre and the size of the list, it could be $50, it could be $75. And then it lasts about a month. And I have gotten anywhere between 500 and 2,000 subscribers, and they're all opt-in. They've all agreed to receive my newsletter. So it's all within legal guidelines. Written Word Media also is another company that I use for these subscriber surge giveaways. They're about $50. And a third company that I really like is called Book Throne, like, a royalty on the throne. And theirs are pretty reasonable, but they're like $30. But again, it's a smaller list. So if you have the ability to do something like Book Sweeps, I very much highly recommend it for growth. I have one client who started a month ago, and I just showed him his analytics. He's up to 906 subscribers.
Look, the reason why this is so important, and let me just explain, and I'll throw to you on this. The difference between a follower and a subscriber is quite substantial, especially as it relates to Substack. With a subscriber, when you post a new article, they get an email about that. This is actually my number one referral version of what happens to my site. About 68% of people that come to my site read the email. So very high opt-in rate, very high. So if people want to get the emails and they're really into you, they'll subscribe. And then if they're really into you, they'll pay to subscribe. And we'll talk about that feature in a minute. That's a very cool feature we'll talk about later.
Hey, Keith, can you hear me? I'm back.
We can hear you. We got you there. I'll bring you in just a second. We got you back. And the difference between a follower is a follower sort of says, well, look, I'm sort of India, but I don't want the bloody emails, you know, and I'll just sort of find you when I find you. And then I'm just hanging back. I'd love to know your both of your definitions of that. Did I get that right, Rachel? Is that how you describe it, or you probably?
Yeah. No, I think you're good. The reason I like the fact that we have two options is if it goes to subscribers, let's say my post on Wednesday will go to my 12,000 subscribers. I typically get about a 28 to 30% open rate, but my views are anywhere in the 4 and 5,000 range. And I usually get quite a number of comments and likes and interaction and stuff like that. What I love about that is it also exists on the app. So that's the difference. Followers and subscribers are different. So if you're a subscriber to me, you're also a follower. But if you're a follower of me, you're not necessarily a subscriber. So I hope that doesn't confuse anybody. And I can answer any questions if it does. But the other thing I like about followers, Keith, and just to expand on what you were saying, is they can see anything on the app because they're following you. So what you share will then be shown to them in their FYP, the For You page. So that's how notes are very helpful in helping to promote your posts. So I think that that's helpful in understanding that there's a difference between subscribers and followers.
Yeah. Just a couple of cool things that you may not know about Substack. Substack's comments do not appear in Restream. We're working on that. Restream is working on it. Substack's working on it. We're negotiating in the middle. But so I've got to look at the Substack comments separately. Jason's here. Joshua's here. Martha's listening in from Houston. And Joshua loves the conversation. And there's Jason. Please, please, please feel free to jump in if you want to talk about how you're using Substack. We have room for 8 people and the graphic in our little Brady Bunch moment, which we're gravitating towards. At the moment, we're talking about the basics. What's the difference between a subscriber and a follower? What do they get and what are they committing to? So a follower is very low-level commitment. They just sort of see some of the things, but not everything. Subscribers are really into you. And if they're really into you, they'll pay, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Is that a good definition, Nat? Is that how have you discern between followers and subscribers, or haven't you really thought about it?
No, it's definitely how I see it as well. In You're right about the followers. Generally, I think people tend to have more followers than they do subscribers. Like my followers, I probably have about 1,200, and like I said, my subscribers, I'm trying to hit my 500 count mark. I'm like at 485, so I'd love to hit that 500 number as soon as
Do that
possible.
today. Let's do
I
that
hope
today.
I would love that. I do not have paid subscriptions enabled on my page, so all of my subscriptions are free. I do have a relatively high open rate. It's just probably around 58%, which I think that's pretty good. And yeah, I mean, I think you captured it all. And I know like a lot of my emails, you know, they get the content as well through the emails. I'm not sure what the my followers are getting, and for me, I'm not really generating a lot of subscribers through my notes. My notes have a wide reach, but for whatever reason, I get a lot of follows. I don't get a lot of subscribers through my notes.
We got some questions, and we got some questions from the audience. Soulful Squirrel Studios, Mike has asked the question: is Rachel selling on Substack? Let's have a chat about that.
You
What's
know, yeah, I have my books available on my Substack the publication dashboard, but I also have my writing books there. I don't go in to actively sell. I don't even put at the end of my Substack posts. You know, I think twice I have in the past 2 years said I'm for hire, and somebody actually emailed me and we're talking. So, if anything, I'm selling my expertise to get people to hire me. So it's really cementing that for me, as well as the fact that all of my posts get scraped online. And I've now hit rising in education 4 or 5 times just in the last month.
Yeah, there's a leaderboard, isn't there? So
Yes.
what are you in the top 10, top 5?
No. They have it's see, this is confusing. It's kind of the gamification of Substack. So now they have these like notifications or almost rewards for being ranked on a list. So you have your really briefly, my first category of my publication, which is the one you hope to rank on, is education. So I've again ranked on it 4 times. My second category is literature. I think I ranked once for like a nanosecond, blinked and you missed it. They update every hour, just kind of like Amazon does. So if you
Wow.
so if you see yourself ranking on a list, take a screenshot. But the point is, there's rising in a category, which is where I'm at. And then there's the actual category. So they'll show you the top 100 people in education and the top 100 people rising in education, excuse me. And they do that for every category. So it's really 200 people on a list. It just kind of makes people get so excited, like, "Ooh, I'm on a list.
Yeah.
I need to do more on this platform." And so that's how they kind of, sucker us in to spend more time.
And do you
But
self-select
yeah,
these categories? Let's have a bit of a chat about this. I love leaderboards. I've been doing this a few years, so I often get like the top 10 influencers in Australia. I mean, I know I'm the coolest Keith in my street, for instance. There's no other Keith in my street. So, it depends on how far you want to go down. But look, I'm a pretty good husband, and I'm a nice bloke, and my name's Keith, so that's good. The coolest married Keith in Edithvale. Maybe I'll put my hand up for that. But how do you get on these lists, and how do you self-select these categories?
that's a really good question. A lot of people don't even know categories exist. So make sure that if you have a publication that you've chosen your 2 categories, there's 29 options for categories. If you go into your publication settings and just scroll down to categories, you'll see all the options. The only ones, it's for writers, basically the only 2 categories they have are fiction, which I don't write, and literature. So those were the 2 that I picked, even though it wasn't a good fit. Then I realized I'm doing a lot of how-to training, teaching, that kind of stuff. So I was like, I'll try education. That ended up getting me on 4 lists. So that's the list I'm going to stay on. What I just learned probably a month ago was the first category is the only one you will potentially rank on, even though you have a second category that's more for them, for Substack. I call them the Substack gods, to decide where you're going to be seen. So it's really crucial. The other tip I have is, once you've picked, let's say for me, it's education, I want to put that on the back of each post. So when you go to your post before you hit publish, it asks you for tags, TAGS.
Yeah.
Those are keywords. So you want to make sure that if like my number 1 category is education, make sure that one of your tags says education as well. So that's kind of a neat tip that I've picked up on that I think might be helping me to hit these rising in education lists.
So consciously, deliberately choose a list, and then it's a little bit like SEO. You can actually choose tags when you
Yes,
just before you publish. You've got a whole lot of choices. It's
correct.
If you ever want to know anything about this, I want you to contact Rachel right now, because about this. But we're just doing a general sort of a mashup today, just to get you started. But Nat, I'm pretty interested in what you're doing here. Can you put your feed or your link in the chat, and we'll get you to I want to get this done today. 500 on the list. We only need 15, so we've got 5 people listening on Substack itself. We've got a whole heap of people listening on YouTube, and a whole heap of people listening on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Substack. So we will get you to 500. I promise. That's my goal today. That's my mission in life.
Thank you.
If I choose to accept it, is 500 subscribers by dinner time. Let's see if
There
we
you
can do that.
go.
And you can count me down. You can count me down, and I've got songs, I've got sounds, so we can sort of say when you get a new subscriber, we can say, "Oh, we got another one! Hey, we got
All
another."
right.
And when you get to 500,
Well, we're at 485. So I'm on. How do I get it into this? How do I go into this chat? Because I'm on Restream.
that's right. You just send it to me, and I'll put it in. Just send me a DM with the link
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna send it to you on Substack in the chat.
in the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
So unbelievable. So
Thank you, Keith.
this is why I love social audio. Like we're going to do a live project now. We've got 15 subscribers for the real world today, right? Today.
Today. Okay.
That's vindication that it was worth getting up. So
But
which it always is, of course. But look, I'm really fascinated by Substack because you can do so much. Let me just pick up on what you can do straight up, and then I'll talk about these subscribers. This is a very good story. So you can get really, really robust stats. Like this is important, especially when you're doing live shows. I've got 4 followers in Italy. It's 2 a.m. there. I mean, I don't need to get up for 4 people. Like I want to sleep. But 75 people, 60% of my followers, because I've just started, are living in the US. I got to honor that. Now I can indeed change the parameters, and I can tell where they are. So some of them are in Atlanta, some of them are in Vancouver, some of them actually that's a different state, that's a different country. But you know what I mean. So it's very, very important that you know the stats. And so what I do, I love these shows, but I write blog posts about this. On my Substack account. So this is my Substack account, and what we're going to do is we're going to get Nat's Substack account, and if you can do that too, Rachel, we'll get your Substack account rocking, and we'll get you to whatever number you need. But it's very, very cool. You've just shared some stats here. I'll throw to you on these 50 million active users. 5 million of those that have got paid subscriptions. It's a very functioning site. Pick up on these stats you've just sent me.
Yeah, a lot of people are wondering, like, should I be on Facebook because it has 90 quadrillion users or whatever, or should I be on Substack? Substack does have over 50 million users as of September 2025, which is a 66% increase from the year before, which is kind of amazing. They recently surpassed 5 million paid subscriptions, and it's just continuing to grow. So I don't see, I mean, they say that there's also free speech absolutists. So you'll find some hate and racism and anti-Semitism and misogyny and all that fun stuff that you find anywhere else. But you can ignore that. And that's what I tell people. If you're looking at it strictly from a branding perspective, talk about the topics that you're here to talk about, not the other stuff. So if I started talking about politics or, I don't know, cookies, then people would be like, who is this lady and why is she talking about this? We come here, like my publication is literally called All Things Book Marketing. So set that expectation. Can I answer one question, Steve? Or sorry, Keith.
Yeah.
You said, somebody said, is this platform similar to School, SKOOL? Different. I'm also on School. I don't do much with it, but I am learning from a lot of really excellent people over there. For me, it's just a matter of time. I'm on Substack a lot for client accounts and importing subscribers and things like that. So that's where I spend my time. School doesn't have the same amount of popularity, but I do like it as a platform. So, but I'm not an expert on that platform at all.
Yeah, let's actually pick up on this. I get this question a lot. Which one do you use? Do you use Heartbeat? Do you use Circle? Do you use Discord? Which sort of community site do you use? Do you have a little collection point for all your people? Do you have a separate membership site, or you?
No, honestly, I think Substack does that. So I have a chat enabled for my 12,000 or whatever subscribers that maybe 20 or 25 people actively participate in. And that's one of the examples of chat. and we can talk about turning on, people have paid chat. So I keep everything free because I just figure I just want people to have the help that they need without having to pay for it. If they need additional help, then sure, pay me, hire me. But I think it's important to look at, you can do a paid chat, you can do paid paywall your posts if you want. It depends on what your goals are.
Yeah, I do love this. I love the idea that you can turn it on if you want to. I'm gonna bring up a graphic that shows people. Many people don't know how to do this, and you have to physically turn it on. I resisted that until I got to 100. I'm now 150, but I'm not promoting it. I really don't have it set up to honor what people do. But I guess I do have skills and I do have bills. I just made that up. I've got skills and I've also got bills, baby. Give me your money. Give me your money. But I write these little songs. I write these little songs for the show. So school is a community platform. Substack isn't beyond chat. Let's pick up on this. I know Mike quite likes school. I'm personally not a big fan of school. I was never very good at school. I left school in year 11. And I was never very good at school. I'm not a very studious person. I don't know if that means it's blocking my brain because I don't want to go to school. I'm bloody hell. I mean, I've done that. I had to do that when I was younger. But it's got a very strong community sense, so that I'm very interested in picking up on this. Have you heard of School Nat?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, SKOOL. It's a community site. We'll talk about this in a minute. First things first, and let's get those numbers rolling. You've heard it first here on KKFM. We're at 485 subscribers, and we're going to get to 500 by 5 o'clock.
Did you get the link?
It's right there on the screen. Please subscribe today. Okay, let's see how we go with the show. So, picking up on this idea of school is a community platform. Substack isn't beyond the chat feature. Bloody interesting. And America, for instance, has a very cool school. Almost 70 members now. I personally don't like it, but he loves it. And he's using it in the same way that I'm passionate about Substack. He's passionate about school. So they're very different. How would you describe them as being different, Rachel, for someone who hasn't used it before?
Well, I would disagree with, no offense to anybody, that Substack doesn't go beyond chat, because it really does. It goes, 12,000 people have opted in to receive my emails on a weekly basis, which allows my much greater access than if I dropped a tweet, right? So it's going directly to them. Plus, it's also being indexed because it's on Google, because it's a public facing app, and they're going to get way more traffic than I would to my website. So that's why I think Substack is great. It does have a notes feature, which is the social media portion. It also has a chat feature, which is where you can interact with all of your subscribers on the app itself without having to send emails. So I really like that. So you absolutely can develop community on your Substack, but I do have a school community. Like I said, I used to do book marketing chat over on Twitter every week for 10 years. And I don't do that anymore, but I miss interacting with authors. So I was thinking of doing a school there for book marketing chat. But again, I just haven't had the time to do it. Substack is blowing up. And I'm telling you, every single person who talks to me wants to start a Substack.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be the next big thing. Like we've been doing this a long time, Rachel, and I know there's times in our history when we're observing, going, oh, this one's good. Like I was right there when they launched Periscope. I knew it was going to take off. I tried it. I personally didn't like it, but I knew it was going to be big. I just knew, and it was. And then it went away. So, we have been there at the times that these things took off, and we could decide, like TikTok, I knew it was going to be big, but it's not my thing. I've never liked Instagram. I'm not really a big YouTube person, but I know that they exist and they're big, and we watch them. Like we observe
Mhm.
how the trajectory, right? And with Substack, I know deep in my bones that this is going to be the next big thing. I know it. And so I'm in here early. We are in the first 100 million. It's got 50 million active users. Now, we know that this is going to get to probably a billion, and we're in there right at the beginning. In 5 years' time, we're going to be able to say, we were there in the first 50 million. It's now got 2 billion. Remember when everyone was hanging the shit on us for having, Substack? Someone said, mate, that sounds like a bloody pizza restaurant. Don't they do those really big footlongs? No, that's Subway. Yeah, well, it sounds the same. It's such a stupid name. What does it mean? Who cares what it means? I mean, really funky companies have really bizarre. I know a book company that's based on a river in South America. Who would have thought? There's this big long river in South America, and someone named a book company out of it, a book marketing company, which I also buy my tech from, and they shall remain nameless if you can't join those two dots together. So, people have really ridiculous names for their companies, and they take off in spite of that. I think it's going to be big. Rez said he loved Periscope and probably misses it. I'm guessing. Jump in if you want to speak, mate. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I personally hated it, but we're all different. And Soulful Squirrel, I ran a 10K user text-based forum for 8 years. I'm not even sure if I can get my head around what that means. What was that called, and what tech did you use? A tech-based forum. Geez, that would just do my head in. Imagine not being able to talk, Rach. I don't know. I don't think I could cope with that. So,
Well, forums are different. I've been in several. For now, I think that we can't really, if we're sticking to Substack, I completely agree that Substack is definitely about audience, which is what my goal as an author is, as well as a business person. But I do agree, a lot of people are still sort of stuck in Facebook groups, and some people make money on these Facebook groups. So I'm not putting it down, but I'm just saying there are other ways to have community. And I think that can be huge. I mean, before Substack, it was Patreon if you wanted to support somebody. And that's really the mindset that I use, if we can segue into paid subscriptions, if that's okay, Keith.
please. I'd love to know how you do this, because this is a very important discussion. And one thing that I notice, and I wouldn't recommend this, but I'm interested in what Rachel says. People have got 3 subscribers, never heard of you, and you've got to please pay me. I'm never heard of you. I'm subscribing to you as a favor to you because I want to have a look at what you're doing. But I mean, I've never heard of you. I mean, and I just want to have a look around, and they are asking me for money. Right. So what I decided to do, and I'm really interested in how people do this, I decided to wait till I got to 100 subscribers to prove that I'm at least relatively popular. And then I turned this feature on. We'll talk about how this works in a minute. And then I haven't promoted this because I haven't really fully optioned it out. But the great thing about Substack is if this is what you want to do all day, people can say, look, I love reading your articles. I'm happy to give you $10 a month. Yeah, where do I sign? How do you do it? Is it somewhat similar to this screen?
Yeah, I keep everything free. Nothing is paywalled. And the way I look at it is, if somebody wants to support me and the work that I'm doing and the help that I'm bringing them, and, the responses and the replies and everything, I don't charge people for that unless it becomes a big project. Then I'm fine keeping it free. And then with regard to subscriptions, if people want to pay me, I have about 21 or 22 paid subscribers. If I was counting on that income to pay my rent, I would be out on the street. But it's nice, and I appreciate it, but I never expect it. And I don't paywall my posts. A lot of people do that. They'll say this is for paid subscribers only. But personally, I would rather have it be indexed as a free article that anybody can read. So that's my personal option. I do offer discounts for groups. I do offer gifts as well. If book clubs, for example, want to subscribe, I can give them a group discount. And then I don't know if you know this, but Substack does a lot of internal marketing. So I'm getting, because I see this for my clients, I'm getting something that says, have you read this latest note by so and so? Have you read such and such's new article? So these things show up in emails that they send out just because you are potentially growing. So you're being included in things you may not even know. Not in a bad way, in a good way.
Of course, you don't know what you don't know, and people talk, and we have
Yes.
the famous phrase lurkers. I still can't get my head around lurkers, but the thing is that people talk and they go, "Hey, there's this funny Aussie on the other side of the world. Don't tell him, but he's actually pretty funny."
Yeah.
Don't tell him I said that. Don't tell him I said that. Who is he?
I know. It's funny because some people are just here to make money and that's it. But I think if you're just starting out, like Nat, by the way, I followed you, so you should have one more subscriber. I didn't
Thank
follow.
you.
I followed and subscribed, so you get both, by the way. You're welcome.
Great. Thank you. Can you
Yes,
guys
of
hear me
course.
now?
We can hear
Yeah.
you. So give us
Oh,
an update. What are you up to now? You're at least you're at 486. The goal is 500 by dinner time. Let's see if we can get you some more subscribers.
yeah, for 486.
486.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah. So I mean,
Oh, you're so welcome. And I shared your post too, so hopefully you'll get a few more eyes
Oh,
on it.
thank you.
all right.
Oh, yay. So Full Squirrel also subscribed to you. So
Thank you.
So there's a little subscribed. So this is why I love the interaction. Like I'm not a reader, so I don't. That's not how I take in information. I take information in from people who are talking, and we all know different things. And I'd be very interested to know, Nat, if you're playing the subscriber game and if you've done something similar to this, or haven't you turned that part on yet?
So similar to Rachel, I don't have a paid subscribe option. I First of all, I don't generate enough content that I feel that someone needs to pay. Right now, I'm just building. I'm very much at the beginning. I've published maybe 21 articles, and so there really isn't any content that I would put behind a paywall. Like I said at the beginning of this live stream, I am building a product, digital, so to speak, which is more of a reset, geared towards people. And I don't want to limit it specifically to a gender, but anyone who's really looking to understand what life looks like when you're sort of around the middle age and you need a reset. Exactly what I'm going through, and I'm really painstakingly creating this. And once that is up and running, I still will not turn on the subscription feature, but I probably will have it linked so that if anyone is interested in purchasing the product or doing a course, then they have access to it. Um, I read an interesting article yesterday about paid subscriptions and why it's probably not in your best interest if you're creating content to have a paid subscription turned on, because let's say you have, I don't know, 5 digital products and you give your paid subscribers access to that. Well, a lot of times what people are doing, and I just think it's good to make people aware of this, is they'll subscribe for a month, they'll pay, the $10 or $15, they'll go behind the paywall, gather everything they need about your product, and then they cancel the subscription. So for that reason, I don't think it's beneficial for me to do it in that manner. I'd rather just leave everything unpaid, and then if someone is interested, then they buy it. And I set up the Stripe account, but I don't think that's how sell digital products. So I'd have to figure that part out.
there's no
I think that's a smart strategy, if I may, Nat. Sorry, Keith.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't think I turned on paid for till probably, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago, maybe. And I had started. I write weekly because I have a sponsor. They pay for me to advertise. People ask me, how did you get a sponsor? I went to one of the companies, I use their product all the time, and said, if I give you a shout out, will you give me such and such money to advertise my Substacks, primarily on Facebook, sometimes on LinkedIn, but that's where the majority of my readership is. And so that has also kept me, making sure that I publish every week. I mean, they're super nice. If I skip a week, they're not going to be mad at me. They'll actually save money on advertising if I don't publish. But I think that helps too. And that's one of the things that I read, that Substack is going to do some kind of a sponsor match kind of thing, but I don't know anything more about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you may know this already, but I do these things called social audio sound checks, and I coined this phrase audio unboxing because I never put my video on. But I'm for instance, which I do for fun and for free, I bought one of these, a Zoom P4, a Zoom P2, and I love it, and I'm using it. And people say, mate, what are you using? I'm happy to talk about it. I use the Samsung 2QU and a Zoom P2. I'm happy to talk about it because I do it. But imagine if they were clever enough to say, hey, guy, this guy's got a bit of a following now and he's a bit of a dude. Why don't we send him the P3 or the whatever the new one is, and he can test it out. So if Substack is creating a sort of an advertiser match, I'm going to put my hand up for that because I'm talking about these products anyway, and I have to buy them with my own money. So imagine if Zoom sent me the P8, or I get a Rodecaster, or I get a really cool mic. I mean, I'd be up for that. There's no way I'd say no to that because I'm talking about them anyway. So it's very good match for me, very good alignment. Is that sort of what you're saying? If you're going to talk about these products anyway, they're going to match you with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I mention them in every post. They're called Genius Link, and you can track practically anything, but they're free universal, not free, sorry. BookLinker is free. Genius Link is $5, I think, for 1,000 clicks, which most people won't get. So no offense to anybody, I'm just saying that's a lot of clicks. Jason might, because they get 1 million clicks, but if they wanted to track it, I'm sure they already do. This specifically, Genius Links is great for authors because it connects your book to any Amazon in the world, any Apple store in the world. It adjusts to that person's country. And that's one of the best things we can do as authors and content creators is track our stuff to find out where are clicks coming in from and where are they ultimately ending up.
It's so important. Look, I mean, I think it's the essence of marketing, isn't it? You got to know where your people are.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I can see that when I share, I'll take my latest post on Wednesday on these subscriber surge giveaways. So if you're all curious about that, please make sure you read it. I'll take that. They'll give me a shortened link, which is what I'll share the whole time I'm sharing this post. Even a year from now, I can still see what kind of clicks I'm getting. So that's really helpful information. And the majority for me come from Facebook, which makes sense. That's why I'm doing Facebook ads.
And that's a very good reason to know the stats. So
yes,
some people say, oh, look, I'm advertising on Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn and I'm ringing people. And what's working? Well, I don't know what's working. I'm just spending hundreds of dollars on ads. Well, why aren't you checking it? Well, I don't know how to check it. What do you mean you don't know? You're spending all this money and all this time. Don't you check what these stats are? I know for sure that LinkedIn and Facebook are about even, and that my emails work really, really well. So which is very unique for me, but if I send out a new article, I get a really high, maybe 28% opt-in rate. 28% of people open the email and read the article. 28%. I mean, I've only got 150 subscribers. That number, 28% of the people that get the email open it, and they read.
It's interesting when you first start publishing, Nat, you've probably seen this. You get a very high open rate. And then as you spend more and more time on the platform and your subscribers grow, you're going
Yeah.
to see, yeah, your open rate's going to go down, but your views go up. So as long as your
Yeah.
views are still growing, you're in perfect shape.
Yeah, I guess it's the math, right? That's
Yep.
that's kind
Yep.
of doing that.
I
Yeah.
just wrote
I
an
think
article. I literally just wrote last week's article was why is my open rate falling and what to do. And it means you're fine. You're normal.
All this-
okay. Yeah, that's at first I worried about that and then I realized it made sense. And I'm looking at my views actually. So my 180, so I've only been here for 4 months. So it's 21.1, 21,100. So I think that's probably not bad.
Oh, it's very good. So, I mean, one of the things, I'm really interested in this, and I've only just started September, and I've got 150 followers, which is not awesome. Not as awesome as Nat.
Followers, Keith, or subscribers?
Sorry, you're right. Subscribers. I've got literally double. So I've got 150 subscribers, 300 followers. It's about double.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to just say a big hello to Maria, who's in the back room there. I think there's a little bit of a crackle in your mic. I'll bring you in a minute about that. And could you add your thumbnail? Just Rachel, do you want to work us through how you did that? Because it was such a long time ago. You turned your camera off, and there's a little button somewhere that adds your photo. Yes.
Yeah, just hit the
Yeah.
gear button where it's settings. So just click the little gear button at the bottom well, I'm on web on the bottom of the Restream. Click on that and then go to, let's see, profile. And then click the plus to just add a photo. I'm just using my my MacBook with nothing. I don't have a mic on. I don't have headphones on. I'm just using
Oh,
my.
that's not fair. That's not fair.
Sorry.
I'm on my phone.
We talk about all this tech, and the truth is that most of the time you can just get away with what you got, can't you?
Literally on my phone.
Yeah. This is good. Mike, we talk about this all the time. Mike has several of these gadgets we talk about on the show, and he's got a Rode pod mic, USB, and he wants the Duo, and that combination will make him sound measurably better, but he's got to obviously pay the money required. So there's a lot of money to be spent on things that might not make a big difference. But in this case, probably no difference at all. Apple sounds decent. That's a name for a song. Apple sounds decent.
Yay, go Apple.
I-
Can I address Americo had a conversation. I'm experimenting with Substack's paywall, making everything free. The experiment is focused on whether Substack will give me more visibility as a result of being a paid account. You can do that a couple different ways. You could offer some content totally free and then other posts as paid only, or you can do 80% or 30% free, 50% free, 80%, like whichever you choose. That much is free, and then to read the rest, you have to click here. So there's a couple ways to do it.
That's an interesting premise.
Yeah.
Stack is giving preference to paid accounts, accounts that are making money. This is a very interesting stat, and let's come back to the stats. 50 million people have an active Substack account. 80 million people view Substack every day as consumers, but 5 million of them have a paid account. 5 million of them have an account worth subscribing to. People pay them money to get their articles, and there's a way you can do that in the back end. This is how I might do it. This is what I'm thinking of doing. But there's variations. You get basically 3 turns. You can have $8 a month or $80 a year. And then you've got this advanced plan, what some people call the founder's fee. And that's bloody brilliant, but other people don't have it on at all. Razman, talking about tech, this is good. Razman has a Live Track L8. Oh, man, that's exciting. And an AKG P120. Don't know what that is, but I'm going to look it up right now. And You can never have too much tech. You can never have too much tech. And please, if you know anyone who wants to just come on the show, I'm happy to have it. So I'd be very fascinated to hear what a live track L8 sounds like. I've got a picture of one. I'll bring it in a minute. I'm going to come back to this because I've got to find the photo.
Keith, I have a question.
Please.
So the subscription plan that you're showing on the screen, this is unique to you, isn't it? Because you can make your subscription any dollar amount you want.
That's right. That's $5 US, $8 Australian, because that's what it comes. Because our dollar's about half. And then I changed what was called the founder's fee to the annual plan.
Okay.
Obviously, for me, the key is what can I deliver on? If there's two trains of thought here. This is actually really interesting. There's two trains of thought. I've deliberately turned a few of the features off, which I would normally have on, like for instance comments. And I thought, well, okay, if people do subscribe, if I do turn this feature on and start promoting it, I've got to make them feel a bit special. I mean, maybe they're just supporting me because they know that I'm a starving artist, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe they think, well, I don't mind giving you money, but what do I get? Right? So, I've taken some of the features, which could be free, out of the free section, and I've put them in the paid section, just so it's a sort of a reverse engineering. If people do pay me, what are they going to get for paying me that they can't get for free? If everything's free, then there's no obligation to pay me. There's no inspiration to pay me. I'll just end up living on fruit bread and ginger beer forever. I'll never ever get my broadcaster duo.
You got to do some sponsorship.
Oh, really? Just anyone, just put my hand up. If you know anyone, I'm happy to promote the Roadcaster Duo. I'm happy to promote the Tascam Mixcast 4. I'm happy to promote a Zoom P8. I'm very, very, very happy to promote the Zoom L8. If you got one of them, just send it over. I'll plug it in. I'll work it out. But welcome, Maria, and welcome, Layla. I'll go with Maria first because she's new to the show. Tell us what you're doing. How do you use Substack?
Hey, everyone. How you guys doing?
Play a little welcome sound.
How's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Good.
Now,
how are you?
Live Maria Fontana.
All right, coming in from Jersey.
There it is. Tell us how you use Substack and what does it mean to you?
All right. Well, thanks for having me. You're so sweet. You've been so supportive, and I recognize some of you. I think I'm actually subscribed to one or two of you folks, so I have to circle around and support all of you. Okay, so here's how I'm. Oh, you're welcome. Of course. So here's how I'm using it. I'm trying to learn it. I started in November. I'm an OG entrepreneur in business, 38 years. So business is like my thing. So I'm using it as a platform to share my thought leadership. I have like 7 books I wrote, and I love to write. So I was like, oh, this is cool. Let me share some of my writing and thought leadership. So how I'm playing with it is I have it as I have free, and then I have a paid annual paid subscription. I got rid of all the other stuff because I found it was confusing to people. Because for me, it's specifically to use as a trust builder for my business. So I'm sharing my thought leadership. I'm writing articles. I share my notes. I try to support people who, are relevant to in my audience, or that I can cross pollinate with audiences. And of course, it can add value to me, and I can add value to them. And then it just helps people once they subscribe to the annual, because I just make it simple. It's either free or annual. And I priced it higher. So it's serious people that are aligned with what I'm doing and really want to read what I'm talking about, because I'm reinvention for midlife CEOs, founders, and female leaders. So it's really specific and niche. And I find it's really amazing. I don't have that many subscribers. I don't know. It's like 100 something. I don't even know how many I have. But the conversion into my higher ticket consulting has been amazing, because the people are very specific to what they're looking for. So then on my emails, I have like a button where it says, hey, you can have a reinvention audit. It's like inexpensive, it's a few $100. Or you could just schedule a phone call. We could have a calm conversation. We could chat. And people then convert because they're already primed and they're just ready for what I offer. It's not like I have to convince them. It's very clear it's for them. So that's how I'm using it. And I'm evolving and growing and trying to make it better. So that's what
Very,
I'm doing.
very
Maria, we need to speak because that's pretty similar to what I'm doing or what I'm trying to do. Not to steal your clients, of course, but
No, of
definitely
course not.
it's I'm rebuilding and so I'm trying to target anyone who's in a similar situation as well.
Well, then let's get and do maybe like a live. That's the other thing that's converting really well for me is doing the lives and then all of the content that Substack gives you. It's like I'm getting all these reels and I have all this stuff, and then I just push the button and it shoots it over to my YouTube, and I have my private podcast. I just feel like this is a great platform to where you could put your business in a box, basically.
Yeah.
And for someone who's been in business as long as me and I have multiple brands, I'm like, this is so cool because it does a lot of great things. So yeah, I'd love to collaborate. Let's connect, let's collaborate, let's help each other. There is so much money in business in this world that we can never serve everyone. So I believe there's just so much to go around that you can serve everyone and we still all couldn't get everybody.
Well, we
So,
definitely,
like,
I don't know if we're subscribed to each other, but I'll make sure we are at the end of this.
yes, me too. I'm so excited. This is so
This
good.
is
I,
amazing.
this is exactly what I do. Like, I love the idea that you may never have met in real life other than here. Like, you may never have met in real life. Jason, if you can put your thumbnail on that, it'd be a lovely little funky visual thing for us. But I realize that's possibly a little bit troublesome if you're on your phone or something. But what I'm doing here is I love the idea of getting people together. And someone,
You're like a
Yeah.
matchmaker in Australia.
yeah. Yeah, there is a sort of service called Matchmaker FM. I might start this new URL called matchmakerkk.com. Matchmaker KK on KKFM. You heard it first. And so I'm just having fun. But the point is, we're having fun, but we're also learning heaps. Like, this is not pretend. We're really digging deep, but we're having fun doing it. And I would love to bring Jason in because I know Jason and Rachel know each other quite well. I think Rachel might have had to go there, but jump in. Rachel, I think we lost the signal. I think we can have up to
Can
8.
you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
There you are.
Yeah,
I'm
I
here.
can hear you.
Yeah. I couldn't see myself on the screen. I sent you a message in the chat. I'm like, where'd I go?
We've almost got the Brady Bunch moment. There was a man, his name was Brady, bringing up 4 boys of his own. We've almost got the Brady Bunch look. So 2 more people and we're in. So I'd love to get that. I'd love to get that going, Jason, if you could add your thumbnail. So lots and lots going on here. What I'm very inspired by, Maria, is that you were able to communicate this massive strategy with 100 subscribers. That's very impressive. Like, that's extremely impressive because most people think they need big numbers to get anything done. So I'm going to give you a round of applause. Yeah, we love you. 100 subscribers.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and how did you do that? How did you take such a small number but really leverage it? I'd really love to hear this story.
So here's my take on it. My take on it is being really clear with your message, really clear. Again, any customer journey. Now, this is my business brain, so follow along. Any customer journey, think of yourself as a client. If you make me jump through hoops to understand what the hell you do, what you sell, how you can help me, you lost me. Like, there's too much jargon right now in the world. So it's got to be really clear. Like a fifth grader should understand what I do. So when it's clear, the right people gravitate towards what you're putting out there. Like you have to be careful because even like I said, I'm old. I'm 57. I've been in business 38 years. With AI and all this stuff that makes people like makes it easier for you, but it doesn't because it's dangerous because there's too much jargon. The simpler you put out there what you do and how you're going to help people and the customer journey, meaning here, here's the newsletter. Here's a button. Want to talk to me? Click the button. Hey, you want to take a reinvention audit? This is what it is. Click this button. It's like easy. Like, so if it's easy, people will convert because they're already ideal from the message. And then they just simply convert. They're like, oh, this woman talks about the stuff I need. She's going to help me reinvent my life. She's talking to me. I'm in midlife. This is exactly what I'm feeling. She's got the credentials. I got to talk to her. And it's like a no brainer. Like you're not convincing someone, you're not
Yeah.
trying to get someone, like it's just, it's easy. You know, it's like if I don't have, I'm not going to go buy dog food if I don't own a dog. Like if I have a cat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
So,
what you're saying here because me personally, I often get really overwhelmed with acronyms.
right.
And my brain says, okay, it's just, I lost me there. Like, I got you until right there where you say AVMPP. And well, okay, let me just debrief on what AVMPP means. I just made that up, but that's what it sounds like to me. AVMPP. Let me just, what are you saying? And what were you talking about again? And look, can we have a break? I'll call you back. Right? Yep. I mean, I was with you until you use these bullshit words. Right? And that's not my
Right.
fault. I was right there with you. I was right there with you. And you just threw this
Yeah.
jargon at me and threw me off the cliff.
Yeah.
I got to have a rest.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, you know, this is what I teach people. I mean, the reinvention's about just reinventing your business. So I'm like, keep it simple. Simplicity sells, complexity kills. And again, I see so much jargon out there, and I'm like, it's too much jargon. I don't even know what you do. You're talking about nonsense. This is all AI generated stuff that's just words, but it's not clear what I'm supposed to do, what who you are, what you're doing for me, what result you have, and why I should even like subscribe to you. Like that's my theory.
Let's bring Layla on this because we've had this exact discussion. Now, let me just work out where that little bit of text coming from. It might even be me. I'll turn my compression off. I'll turn a button off. I'll turn a gadget off. Layla, you and I have been in conversations where the conversation just got really complex, and we had to drop out, didn't we? Because it was just overload, wasn't it?
It was. Hi, it's Layla from Vancouver, Canada. So I'm in a different time zone. It's 4:14 p.m. for me.
Yeah, don't you love it?
Hey,
Hi.
Yeah. So
Hi.
Layla is in Vancouver, and so I want you to connect with each other over time. But complexity does kill the mood, doesn't it?
I haven't tried it, and the reason is why, and maybe I should test it, but right now, like when I joined a Substack, it's 25 days in now, so I'm still learning. I have very few subscribers. I think I have like 16 or something, so I'm very little creator.
We'll
And
subscribe.
oh, thank you. I actually wrote an article that's being published this week, so I'm waiting for my editors back on PCOS. And so that's going somewhere, but my Substack, so anything article that I write in business or published magazine, and even Substack, I use my own words. I don't use any AI. I just want to sound as human as I can be. I want people to see mistakes. I just want people to be able to relate to me and what I write to people, especially leadership development, PCOS, entrepreneurship, small business, female development, executive coaching,
Can I
and
interrupt for a minute?
sure.
I just did a post that went like viral about this. Just about how a lot of people are just being so inauthentic on Substack with the use of AI and automation of AI. So I hear you 100%.
That's amazing. And also what I enjoy about Substack, it's showing me what I want to see. I don't know. I think there's something wrong with my mic. I don't know if you're all hearing that,
I
but
think it's Maria. I'll bring that. I think that's Maria. Something's going on with Maria's
oh,
mic.
okay.
I think it's either the internet, which makes it crackle, might be a lead. It might be this internet speed in your town, but I've sort of reduced the volume there.
Okay. So yeah, so like thank you for that. And I'm really trying to sound as authentic as I can be for certain things. And as well as like just like the art section, which I love looking in the morning. And I start putting some of my painting in watercolors that I make myself. So I'm really
Wow.
trying to like, because I'm a creative. Like I'm 90% artistic, and that's why I build Splish Splash handmade products as well. I sell handmade products and the creative aspect of designing the product, making the packaging. I design all of that in Canva. And I just want to be able to keep that human touch and that humanity that people can really relate to who I am as a human, as a person, and with the story that, people want to read real things with real people. You want to feel like you could connect to the stories, like, oh, I'm experiencing something very similar. It resonates with me. If I write AI and you write AI, it means our AI are talking to each other. And that kind of defeats the purpose of human to human kind of
Yes.
experience. So
Oh
that's
my
just me,
gosh.
but
Yes. Well, if you have, I mean, we'll subscribe to each other, once we're off of here, but I think it would be a very interesting read because not because I wrote it, but because of the amount of comments and feedback and um traction that it got because it really resonates that everyone, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but there's a huge amount of people that feel the same way.
It's very much a big trend. It's one of the big trends on Substack, authenticity.
mhm.
Yeah.
And where are you, Nat? What time zone are you in? Are you in
Oh, I'm in New
Pacific?
York.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
in New York.
Okay, so you're on Eastern time. So 3 hours behind. So that's not too bad. But Layla, where would you have met Nat anywhere else in the world? You'd have to go to a conference. You'd have to go to New York. It's bloody cold there at the moment. I don't know if you want to go.
Yes, it is.
Where would you go? How would you meet her? This is what I love about what we're doing. Like we are sharing our knowledge with people all over the world that we would never meet in real life normally, right? And they're real people. Like we're not making this up. It's just bloody brilliant, isn't it?
I'm
I,
real.
I agree with you, Keith, actually, because I think your live audio show, like he's definitely like a connector. Like he should have like some different title. And just over the weekend, because I'm new to live streaming and I didn't know it was like until I met Keith, I had no idea what it was. I never noticed, I never understood it. And this weekend, it just popped up on my feed that even Coach Carey was on it, I believe. Yeah, a social monthly social event live, and it was people from all around the world. And I connect with all these people, and then I told them about my yes here and my hot chocolate chat. And today I had 3 meetings on hot chocolate chat with human to human connection, genuine conversation, no pitch, no sales, just connecting, learning about who we are and how we can collaborate and support each other. And I took pictures of my meetings today. I'm going to post them and put a bit of comments about the discussions about their business, what they're doing. And it was really nice to just meet people casually. And one person is actually technically from the US, but lives in Colombia. Like you're right, Keith. If it
Wow.
would be like live or audio or any of this, I wouldn't be able to meet this person ever. We would never cross paths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I just love the concept. So let's just play the game of where we are. I'm in Melbourne, Australia. Americo is in Toronto. Layla is in Vancouver. Uh, Nat is in New York. I'll bring the sound back up for Maria. I think there's something going on with your mic there, Maria. I've got to work on that. Where are you, Maria?
I thought she said New Jersey.
She said
That's
New
right.
Jersey.
Right. She did say New Jersey. And where are you, Rach?
I'm in Northern California.
Okay, so you are in the
Oh.
same time zone as Layla, so that's good. So San Francisco or somewhere around there?
Yeah. I don't give out the specific
That's
location.
right. Yeah, I know it's a very secretive place, but it's somewhere up in between, San Diego and San Francisco, somewhere
Yeah. North of San Francisco.
some random place about 8 hours away. But that's pretty cool. So, Americo, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. So let's start with this idea: simplicity sells, complexity kills. Now that is a theme. That's a book. That's a movie. That's a song. And we all know of times that we've been in conversations where someone said something and we go, hang on, you just killed it there. I have no idea what you just said. Oh, it's bloody obvious, Keith. It's bloody obvious. I've been doing this 20 years. You might have been doing this 20 years, but I've never heard of this. Explain this to me like I've just started high school. Have you had this conversation? You mentioned that this is very common in, for instance, corporate life. That in
This
corporate
is so common in corporate. The more years you spend in corporate role, the more you find yourself talking this whole different language. And my wife has to stop me on my tracks so many times. Like, you got to dumb it down. Not every conversation is a boardroom conversation. Realized, check yourself at the door. You're talking to family, you're talking to friends, and stop overcomplicating things. But sometimes I catch myself, and other times I need someone to tell me, like, all right, zip it. And I've done it with content. I've done it with my website, and it's hard to undo. Like, and it's so true. Like, simplicity sells, and complexity just, like, as my offer got simpler, as my message got simpler, the offer hasn't changed. As my message was simplified, my calendar and my conversation started to get booked, and it's not a phenomenon, and it's not this top secret strategy. It is common sense.
Tell me why is it so hard for people to think simplistically, or more importantly, talk simplistically? Is it just a habit, or is it just that they've been used to talking in a complex way to their colleagues in the workforce, or are we trained like this as kids? Where does it happen? I mean, I didn't learn to speak this way, or did I? Where do you think, America? Where do we get it from?
I personally think it's just inherited through our culture, the Western world, and maybe it's regional, maybe it's specific to certain industries. And Mike would probably be a prime example. He comes from a tech background. But there are times, and not to put Mike on the spot, but there are times where I'll hear you pause and remind Mike that you have no idea what he's referring to. And I get asked the same thing. It's like, pause, like, right, speak to us in plain language. And I worked for an organization who tried to embed this into their culture. Let's keep everything in plain language so that our employees, our customers, everyone that we communicate with understands what we're saying. And it wasn't an easy task to keep things in plain language.
I'm going to try and get Maria back on the call because I really want to pick up on this simplicity sells, complexity kills, because I think we're onto something really, really, really rock solid here. Why do you think, Maria, so many people have troubles explaining things simply? What's your history there? And how have you been able to do it?
My take on it, again, is from the business angle. So I think the online space, social media, and all of the bombardment of information, AI, people using AI, watching Instagram, like everyone's like overloaded and copying what other people are doing. Again, I'm specifically speaking in the business aspect of it, like of growing your brand, growing a business. And because I'm older, before all of social media and before all of the jargon and all of this overwhelmment of information and gurus online selling a bunch of nonsense, I'm very straightforward too. So I say it like it is. So what happened is, back in the day, business was simpler because it was a crystal clear, like, you were clear on what you were selling. If you owned a hair salon, you offered hair services. If you were a barber, you cut hair. So, as this is my take on it, the online movement of gurus and fast business and making millions of dollars and all of this stuff that most of it's not even real because it's anything fast doesn't last in business. And again, I'm speaking from experience. So that's what my take it is on it, that it's the overexposure of being sold things and everyone wants to sound like everyone else. Oh, well, they're rich. They're look at their Instagram. I gotta talk like them. I gotta do photo shoots like them. And I think this is now where you're going to see in business the great divide. All of the fakeness, I think, is going to fall away because it can't sustain. And the real entrepreneurs, people who are really authentic and they really have real solutions and they're serving from a place of leadership and service and heart and truly taking great care of their clients, I think are going to flourish. This is just what I'm projecting to see. That's my thoughts.
Oh, I love what you're saying. I want to pick.
Maria, can I beg to differ slightly?
Oh
Go
yeah,
easy,
babe.
go easy,
We
go
all
easy,
we
go easy,
absolutely.
Mike. Go easy, Mike. We were talking about.
Yes, I've already been admonished. So I'm going to throw out there the concept of it's really shortcutting conversation. So in tech, we develop shortcuts, mostly abbreviations. So if I want to talk about virtual private network, I'm not going to say virtual private network 10 times. I'm going to say VPN. So you develop a lexicon in any tribe, by the way. But to Maria's point, if I want to reach any audience, and this is a skill I did have to learn, I have to ratchet down or at least ratchet in a different direction my vocabulary so that I can be understood by my audience. So I agree with that. Um, I'm also probably gonna agree with her on this overwhelm of information and people. There are some amount of people that are just basically um what's there's a term that the younger generation uses, but it's basically they're just out for money grab, and so they'll throw out a bunch of nonsense and kind of fool people into following them. So I agree with that. But I definitely agree with her in that if you can't reach your audience, particularly long term, you may be able to sell something, a thing or two, but you're not going to have a market and customer base that is going to sustain.
So let's pick up on this, Mike. How do you take something complex like a VPN, which I don't know what that is? So, and don't tell me because I'm not asking, but I heard the phrase VPN. So, what does that mean? So, how do you take that language and talk to a 7-year-old or a year 7 person and say, look, let's pretend I've just started high school and this is my first class in computer studies. Now, how does someone who's been doing it 25 years get down to that level? It feels like you're going so far down. It feels stupid, doesn't it?
No, well, yes and no. You have to kind of put yourself again in the place of that person. So I would explain there's two reasons or two things about a VPN. One is encryption. So all encryption is you are,
No, I'm not asking about a VPN, Mike. Let's get.
hold on, but well, I'm trying to answer your question though. Okay, I won't get into all the details, but I have to explain it in a way that 7-year-old or whatever that audience member can understand, and try to figure out a use case that they would need, which we talked about last night. Is what is the problem that I'm trying to solve? Why do they need my service? And so I have to explain that in a way that they can understand. Yes, Sylvia, I think just nailed it.
I love this. I love this because yesterday we had this bit of a conversation, and like I got to be honest, my brain was exploding. Like it was really, really like I thought I was going to die. I thought I can't think. All this jargon. I had to go. I had to stop. I just had to stop and turn the computer off and get a cup of tea and sit on the couch. I mean, my brain was absolutely at its limit. I got a bit angry, and I thought, Why do we live in such a complex world? Why does it have to be so bloody hard? We're just having a chat. Why does it have to be so bloody hard? It doesn't. But not everyone can explain things to a 7-year-old. And Maria, I'm very interested in your thoughts here. How do you take tech talk and explain it simply? Because some of the jargon they use it's just unnecessarily complex, I think. What do you think, Maria?
Well, once again, from a business perspective, I don't talk tech. I have someone who does that on my team, right? So you talk tech to someone who needs to buy the tech, but the person buying the tech would understand the tech. Does that make sense? I don't need to understand the tech because I'm not the one buying the tech. So it goes back to simplicity, talking about a thing that really is a result for the person. You know, like if I'm a CEO and I'm actually doing CEO work, I'm going to have my tech and marketing person speak to the person who's going to be selling the tech to them. That's not for me. So they understand each other because it's a language that that person is looking to learn on, right? So it comes down to always again simplicity. Like we don't all need to understand this wonderful world of tech, but you need someone on your team that does, and then they can understand each other. It's again keeping it simple and selling a product to the person who truly needs it, not just selling them words or, you know, a lot of things that don't make any sense to someone.
It might be a boy thing. Like my wife says to me, Keith, you've already explained this to me 3 times. Why do you need to say it again? Like there's something inside. I'm not happy to say it once. So I work for myself, and wife is at work in the city. I walk around the house talking to myself all day. Hey Keith, remember that time we were on the BBC? I mean, I just talk to myself because I'm not going to be able to talk to Carol. She won't listen to me. So I just have to pretend I'm someone else and talk to me because I need to get it out. It might be a boy thing, but I need to get it out. Because my wife often complains that I mansplain things, right? And I say, look, let's be very clear. I need to understand this myself, and the way that I do that is by talking about it, right? So if you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. I'll go out into the backyard and I'll walk around talking to myself because I've got to talk to someone. And if there's no one to talk to, I'm happy to just talk to the air because I've got to get it out of my mouth in order for my brain to activate it because I'm not a reader, right? I don't read and I don't watch YouTube videos. So I'm reading this thing going, what is a VPN? All right, I've got to get my head around it. And it doesn't matter how many times you explain it to me, I just won't understand it until I can put it in the context that I want to know. I know what it is technically. I just don't know how to apply it. And look, it might be a boy thing. I don't know. But I love tech. I love it. And I talk about it all the time. But I am aware that a lot of us, maybe men, get together in this cluster and we're in a cave. They call it the man cave, right? There's a phrase for that, man cave. I got a man cave. And I go in there and I just do my thing. And Carol has no idea what I'm talking about. Like no idea. Right? Because she's cooking muffins and, bacon, and she loves doing that. She loves it. Like she loves it. She's also very intelligent. She's a financial planner. Like she loves doing that too. And, on the flip side of that, Carol works from home sometimes, and I'm sure you have this scenario. She comes back out of a client meeting, and she goes, "Oh, guess what? We were just talking about compounding interest, and this $180,000 that she was going to donate would be probably she's going to get a 4% CRM discount if she puts it on this." And I'm going, "Oh man, I know you know what you're talking about there. I know you know what you're talking about, and you've just got to get it out." Because you've just been on a call to someone and there's no one at your work that can talk to me about this. But I have no idea what you're talking about. She goes, what do you mean? It's so simple. 4% on 180,000 over 10 years equals, it's just maths, Keith. What are you talking about? Why don't you understand? So it happens on both sides, but I think it might be a boy thing. Do you think that's true, America? Am I demeaning our species, our gender by saying it's a boy thing? Do you know women that are very techy and you can't understand them?
I would add a layer of complexity or a layer of simplicity, depending on how you want to look at it. I think it's a generational thing. Because if we look at, and anyone who knows someone who teaches today. If you're teaching to a younger generation who has taken simplicity to a whole new level, where friends of mine who teach are pulling their hair because the work that they're grading is written in a format that is so simple, and emojis are being typed in and acronyms are being put in and the LOLs, and the teachers have to decode the, the generational grammar, because this is now mainstream for a certain generation. It's gotten so simple that now teachers are having a difficult time. So I would answer your question with, it might even be generational.
Might be generational. Like, yeah, acronyms, like they are my pet hate. You know, people talk to me. I spend most of my time decoding acronyms. And what's your take on that, Maria? How do you decode acronyms? Do you avoid using them, and do you try and promote people to stop using them?
I don't promote anyone to do anything. I will guide my clients to keep their message clear, keep their message simple. I'm not a fan of acronyms. Like I said, I think it depends who you're speaking to. If you're speaking to a client who's a different generation, again, my take is always on the business end of it. So the clients I work with, they're usually more elevated clients, they're more experienced, they're working with a more mature clientele. So of course, the simpler it is, the more high level luxury, the easier it's going to convert, right? So I think that it's not a one size fits all, as in anything in life and business. It's really custom tailor what's going to work for the people you are speaking to. What's the product they need, what's the result they need, and then being really clear on that message. Like I said before, you're not going to try and sell dog food to someone who's got cats. It's just simplicity. Keep the message simple so the ideal client really understands where you're coming from and they can connect with you on a soul level. Because at the end of the day, I believe that's what true business will be moving forward. And the people who create businesses that are soul aligned and really connect and build relationships, that's where the sustainability will be for longevity in a business. That's why when I say reinvention, it's really reinventing how we show up in the next season of our life and business.
I love this. I love this. I want to pick up on a phrase that Sylvia, and thank you so much for the comments. I've just found you on LinkedIn. I'll send you an invitation in a minute. But she said, why sell anything? Why not just simply find a service that people need? Now, that's simplicity 101. Why sell anything? Why not simply find a service that people need? How cool is that?
Well, selling is being of service. Selling is sacred. So if I'm in business, of course, my ideal audience, this all comes down to their messaging, would be towards the people that need the product or service that I'm selling them, right? So it really is all reverse engineering. Yes, that's wonderful to find what people need if you're doing something like charity, or you're just writing because you want to promote your book, or you're writing because you want to change people's lives, that's beautiful. But again, I'm speaking from the business angle of it, of being of service and selling being of service, if that makes sense.
I mean, this actually is so simple that I'm surprised that most people don't do it. Why don't we just find out what people want and give them that? Everyone in the world wants
Yeah.
cheeseburgers. Let's just open a hamburger restaurant.
Because people don't know what they want.
Right.
Well,
She's
and
right.
I think Jobs was a great example, right? He was kind of rude about it in some ways, but he basically said people don't know what they want, so you build what was attractive. He was a great marketeer, and I mean, Apple was failing under the Coke guy, the previous Coke CEO, and he came in and changed the color of the iMac, and all of a sudden they started selling them like hotcakes. It wasn't the tech that was revolutionary. He understood how to make people want to buy the product. iPhones, same thing. iPhones were not, smartphones were around. Steve made them, and his designer and so on made them cool. Same thing for iTunes. MP3s were around long before Steve Jobs, but he figured out, an easy way to get them out to the user. He made it simple. To to Maria's point, there was no complication.
The iPhone's a good example. No one rang him up and says, "Mate, can you invent a phone that has all those gadgets on it? Can you invent something that I can listen to my music in one place?" No one's actually asked him that.
No.
When Henry Ford asked people, "What do you want?" they said, "A faster horse." Well, if I put wheels on a box and put a motor in it, would you drive it? No, I've already got 4 horses. They're sitting there. Can you give me a faster one? One that doesn't eat as much grain and one that's cheaper to run, cheaper to feed? I don't need, what do you call it? A car? I don't need a car. There was big riots in the street, 1923. True story. Big riots in the street. We don't want cars.
No, and Keith, there was a lot of pushback. I think even in England, this is going to blow your mind away. I don't know why. But they had to walk in front of the car. This is early on, to warn horses that the car was coming, because it would scare the horses. And there was a lot of pushback on cars initially because of all this angled tech.
And does that mean that we don't invent new things?
No,
I wouldn't think so.
but like Maria and everyone else is saying, you have to sort out, how do you get that message to and it's not, it shouldn't be manipulation. I kind of agree. I think that's where Maria was going too, is you don't want to manipulate your client base, because that's not, that doesn't have longevity. But you have to, it's almost like you have to find a universal need and then build your product, and then they'll come.
Yeah, well, let's pick up on this. I don't know if any of you, we talk a lot about this on the show. Have you heard of this principle, Maria, the Ikigai principle? That's a Japanese idea, where first of all, you start with, what are you good at? What do you want? I mean, there's no point selling, like, I'm vegetarian, so there's no point if someone said, "Mate, well, you know what I want? I want a steak every night, and I want you to cut it up for me. I want you to kill the cow. I want you to deliver a steak to me every night, and I'd give you $100 every time." Well, I wouldn't do it because I'm vegetarian, right? So obviously you got to start with what you want to do. What do you love doing? And hopefully people want what you have, right? It's a bit of a tragedy if you've got a product no one wants, but you got to be true to yourself. If everyone in the world wants to eat steak, well, that's just too bad. I'm not doing it. Like everyone in the world wants me to make little snippets on video and put them on TikTok. I'm not doing it. I'm just not. So let's start here. Have you heard of this phrase, Maria? Have we still got you there? We've got so many people in the call. I'm just wondering if a couple of people have dropped out. It looks like they have. Let's bring Jason in. As a teacher, do you teach, or have you heard of this principle, Jason? Have you heard of us talking about Ikigai? We got you there, Jason. I know we haven't got your thumbnail yet, but have we got you there, Jason? J for Jason. There he is. It's Bunsen, or is it Beaker, or is it the new one? What do you think?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was a little frozen. That's Bernoulli.
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah, Bernoulli's the new one. Yeah.
So
that's his
you in a way, you are probably the living embodiment of Ikigai. You love these dogs, and people love your dogs. That's just a marriage made in heaven, isn't it?
I do love pets. You betcha.
And so you're not pushing it on anyone. You're just sharing cute pictures of dogs, and people love dogs. I mean, you're just feeding the market what they want, aren't you?
No, I actively try to convert people.
Like loving pets as a religion, or as a petology?
Well, I do believe in dogs.
Yeah.
I don't believe in much, but I believe in dogs.
Yeah. And so have you as a teacher of science, have you heard of this phrase of you may not have people that you teach at this level, but do you teach people to go after what they want and chase their dreams, or is that part of the school curriculum?
Well, I teach chemistry, so my lens of where kids leave high school comes from the lens of science and chemistry. But I also, with the kids in their last year, the grade 12s, or like the seniors, right? The kids before they go off to university. I always tell them that you should have a passion, but sometimes your passion won't. You have to be realistic about your passion, and sometimes you fall into things that aren't your passion, but you're really good at. And if you can get paid to do stuff that you're really good at, that then you love, that's like the trifecta. And you may not get there right off and right at the start in life. It may take a bit. So it's kind of like you have to be patient. Kids sometimes want the world, and some do get lucky and they get what they want right away, right out of high school. But for a lot of people, it takes decades to get to that point, and you have to be patient.
Yeah, some people never do. And
That's true. They do things they don't like because it pays the bills.
Yep. And they don't necessarily have the foresight. This is what I love about this show. And just to let you know, Jason and I have known each other since 2020. And we calculated that we must have saved about 1,000 hours. Now, this is a very interesting point, Sylvia. I'm interested in your thoughts here. But, we must have saved 1,000 hours of traditional education simply because we're chatting about what's happening in the world. Yeah. I went to high school. I've got a postgraduate degree. But I learn much, much more by talking to people about real world solutions because I'm a kinesthetic learner. I'm not a book learner. Don't give me a manual to read. Tell me how to do it. Show me how to do it. Let me do it, and then I'll learn it or talk about it. And education is a very interesting topic in that point. And we've known each other for a very long time about that, haven't we? And you've said many times that the stuff we learn it would take us years to learn this from a course at a university. I mean, may not even teach it. It's just brilliant. Am I going a bit off topic there, or is it a fair comment that there's different styles of learning?
Yeah, there are different styles of learning. And if you want to get in the weeds of education pedagogy, there was this this method of instruction that some kids are kinesthetic, some kids are musical, some kids are visual, some kids are blah blah blah. But that was kind of debunked about 4 or 5 years ago. A lot of learning comes from engagement. So it's the engagement that's the key, not necessarily how the type of learning that is given to the kids. It's the finding the way to get them engaged with the material.
Yeah. So they've got to be actively involved, haven't they? They've got to want
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it comes down to the person giving the message. You can have a bunch of people who say they are whatever, they're musical, they love to learn by listening to music. But if the person imparting the knowledge is got them with engagement, it wins every time.
I'll give you a really good example of this. My best mate, who I wrote songs with in the 90s, is a guitar teacher. And my wife wants to learn guitar. Now, his approach to learning guitar is that you have to start at the beginning and you have to learn things sequentially in order. And I know it's boring, but you have to do it. And another person who's not yet a friend, he has an app. He has an app. And he goes, look, I know you got limited time. You don't want to be learning your A minor scale at 8 at night. So let's play a song. Here's a song you probably know. Let's play a song. And suddenly Carol's engaged. She goes, I just learned a song, Keith. And she's not going to ring her mum and go, guess what? I just learned the A major scale. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I just learned this song we all know. Like, let me play it to you. I can play a song. So same level of skill, but she plays guitar every night after dinner, and she's playing songs we know, and she feels like she's progressing. If she was just sitting there with a metronome going, guess what? I can play the A minor scale at 60 beats a minute. That's pretty good. Last week I was at 40 beats a minute. It's not something sexy you can talk about at the cafe, right? But she goes to her mum's house and she goes, guess what? I learned a new song. I got a little bit of a drum beat. She takes a Bluetooth speaker and she's having a little concert in the lounge room. Right? Now, that has changed her approach to learning guitar immeasurably. And, we're still mates, but when he asks, how you going? I said, well, do I really need to learn these scales? I'm not going to live forever. Do I really need to learn scales? Well, you do, but maybe you can come back to it. So we had to find a way to make learning guitar for a person who's working full time in their 50s reasonable. Like, sure, if she was 15 and she had all the time in the world, she could just go there after school. But she's got to come home after a long day at work. We've got to have dinner together. And then it's 8 o'clock at night. She goes, I've got half an hour. Maybe I'll squeeze in a couple of songs. And she feels like she's progressing. And because she feels that, she wants to learn. This is all what you're talking about, isn't it, Jason? This is exactly what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yep. You have to meet people where they're at. Try your best to learn. Try your best to get people engaged. Yeah.
What do you think, Lila? Have you got some history in the HR division of getting people engaged in training at work? And how do you typically teach a boring subject? And what are some of the tricks you've learned in HR in your career?
I have to say, anything HR leadership can be dry and boring content to deliver, depending on your audience. We try to make it creative. Having some kind of a breakout within the people within the group to do an activity, so they're actually like standing up, writing on notes, papers, cutting something, writing something, coloring something, trying to make it interactive. I feel like people are a bit more engaged than just having a training development, standing out there, pushing some slides, talking for like maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes in a row, and people asking questions. It's very boring. And as myself, as an HR leader, as an adult, I find that boring as well. They need to like break it down. So I like to deliver training that has different component to it, and people are a bit more engaged, and we share, some kind of projects or something, so they can actually practice the learning as well. So that's how I do it, because I think some topics are dry. It's like when I was in business school too, anything finance or financials or business related, they would try to create some kind of projects in it so we can break out throughout the lecture a little bit, because it gets boring after a while sitting and listening to somebody speaking. And myself, I zone out very quickly. So I need somebody to be able to make it very engaging for me to stay engaged.
And that is a very good segue into live streaming, because live streaming allows everyone in the room to take part. And so suddenly they're involved, they're engaged, they're into it. Would you find that, Americo? This is why we love it so much, isn't it? This is why we love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny you mentioned that, because I was talking to someone earlier today who I was scheduling for a future event, and they were just beside themselves when I shared with them that we weren't going to be recording. We were doing a live stream, and the conversation, while we might have some framework as to what we want to speak about, normally what I look for is bringing the right audience and community together, and let the community immerse themselves in the conversation and let them be part of it through engagement. And he says, well, I've never heard of something like that. It's like, well, that's essentially the premise of live streaming. If we're just going to have a conversation, you and I, we might as well record it and upload it and call it a podcast. And it's been around years, but he was surprised that my format includes the audience, and in fact encourages the audience to participate.
Is it that new? Is it that unusual that people don't? They just think that it's a static thing, that they're one person talking to another.
Yeah, anyone who thinks that is, I wouldn't say misusing, but underutilizing the technology that the live stream provides. And if you're just going to be talking to people, then you don't really need to live stream. live stream is designed to allow the Q&A and to allow that interaction between the listening audience and the speaking audience.
Well, let's take your example. America, if you don't know, does these amazing events every Thursday night, 7 p.m., which will probably change at daylight saving, which is next week. But last week you did an event on LinkedIn, 180 comments. Now that they form part of the show, didn't they? You referenced them, you called people out. Tell us how you do that in live streaming and how you engage the audience to make it exciting for them.
Well, I'll encourage people as part of the framework when I'm coaching and talking to members in my community. I refer to one of the principles is to lower barriers. You want to be able to have those who are attending feel comfortable and feel aligned with the conversation. So it starts off with encouraging people, if they have comments, to participate and drop them in the chat, and we'll bring them up as questions arise. So by inviting them to be part of the conversation, you immediately lower the barriers, and people now have a vested interest to pay attention. And you're just not white noise that they're listening to, and sometimes find themselves distracted by something that might be going on elsewhere. You've captured some attention, and you held on to that attention because you've made them part of the conversation.
Yeah, let's pick up on this, Lally. You recently went to a conference in Vancouver online, and you were horrified to think that Canadian businesses are still, in some respects, literally in the 80s. They really haven't embraced this whole new paradigm of online connection. And can you explain what that felt like as a person that comes to our shows and witnesses what we can do to be sort of thrust back 20 years? I know it was quite a shock, wasn't it?
It was. I was like, wow. I thought I was like in a twilight zone. Honestly, I was like, wait a minute. We're doing podcasts, we're doing content, we're doing live shows, which is new to me. I didn't know that was a thing. So, I'm still learning. And I was in this conference where there was like breakout rooms so you can connect with people and talk to people, because that's the whole point of being in business as well, is network, connect with others. And all the breakout rooms that they created, you weren't able to get in. So I reach out to the moderators like, hey, I'm trying to just like 10 different rooms and I can't seem to get in. And some other people in the chat saying the same thing. It's like, oh, we have limited capacity, we have tech issues. So it's like, you can still interact in the chat. I was like, that's just a lot of chat to go through. There's like 700 people attended. Like, imagine the chat blowing up like that. Like, how do you keep a conversation with somebody to get to know them? So throughout the whole conference, I was not able to connect with anybody really. And that was unfortunate because it was boring. And I was watching these speakers and it looks like it was pre-recorded, which there's not much interaction. And one of the speakers mentioned that, why are we doing, what kind of business person has time to do all this content, videos, putting out content, attending those podcasts and things like that. And you should be sending emails, connecting with people, building relationships. Totally agree. You got to build relationships, but at the same time, you got to connect and put your content out there. If nobody knows who you are, how do people will find you? Like, now we're connected with all these people in the world that get to know you and who you are. But if we're not on this platform doing what we do, how do we connect with all these people, and how we can put our content or whatever we aspire and what we want to share with the world if we're not putting it out there, which I thought was really ironic, to be honest, as a business, especially small business startups. So it was just it was not such a great experience. And it's just what it is. It tells me that we're the small business or the Canadian market in the business side of the market is not there. I think we're very behind. And when I look at the US, given the challenges that we're experiencing between our two countries, I thought that Canada would actually be a bit more forward, and it's actually not the case. So now I'm thinking, okay, for business growth, I think maybe doing something in Canada is not worthwhile. That's where I'm at in the reflection today. And I was actually talking to somebody today as well that he was experiencing something very similar, and we talked about it through my hot chocolate and chat. So I'm meeting really cool people, and he kind of validated what I was saying. He's like, that's exactly what he's been experiencing as well. So I don't know if maybe America might be able to speak to it, he might have a
He-
different
he's-
perspective, but
I'd love to hear that thought because you're in Toronto. Do you experience that Canadians possibly are a little bit slow on the uptake of online ideas, or have you find that they sort of are a little bit stuck in the 80s, or are they embracing it?
I wouldn't refer to as being stuck in the 80s, but there's definitely a disconnect. I wholeheartedly agree. It could be the fact that we're more risk averse and we don't just open up our digital doors to anyone. But definitely there's a disconnect, and I've brought it up multiple times over different conversations with different people, how connecting with a Canadian business owner on LinkedIn, as an example, is a lot harder than connecting with anyone globally. I'm also learning as a business owner how difficult it is. So I don't have an enterprise budget, but I'm now shopping as a business owner, and I'm looking for new tech, and I'm looking to upgrade my PC. I'm learning that the Canadian consumer is very price conscious. So I'm looking for specific tech that will give me durability, sustainable audio quality, and tech that I guess will last me a number of years. And every time as a consumer, I go looking for something that meets my needs, I can't find it. It is difficult to get the tech solutions that we need. So it does, if I connect the two of them, I would say yes, we may be stuck, maybe not in the 80s, but there is a disconnect in the Canadian marketplace.
I'd love to hear your thoughts, Sylvia. Have we touched a nerve there? I know you're in Calgary. Do you feel that you embrace technology readily, or do you think that Canadians possibly hang back a bit? It's very interesting. I know Aussies do a little bit, but it's a very interesting discussion whether or not we are indeed a little bit slow on the uptake. But what I noticed is that here I am in Melbourne, Australia, and did you notice a single other Aussie on this call? Not a single one. We had people all over the US, 2 people in Canada. We've had people from Costa Rica. I've connected with a person in Belize today. Not Aussies don't listen to my show. Aussies are just not interested in this format. Or maybe they're just not interested in me because I don't speak any different to them, and they probably just sound like their husband. But maybe that's it. But the point is that the global story allows us to learn. And I'm really interested in this idea. Jason, who is in Red Deer, Alberta, and I have known each other since 2020 when we were doing Twitter Spaces, when they were called Twitter Spaces. And we commented many times that the collective wisdom in the room was far greater than any course we had ever paid for, and ever. And I taught at a TAFE, a tech school, and I thought I've never been to a course where I learned this much this fast. And would you agree with that, Layla? The level of education that we're getting, if you call it education, the level of skill that we're getting really fast, off the mark, is 10 times what you could learn in a university, I believe. Or is that a bit of an exaggeration?
no, I think that you're onto something. It's very expedited. I have to say, over the past few weeks, I've learned more in the past few weeks that I've been trying to learn on my own by using Google, ChatGPT. Like, you don't know what you don't know when you're looking for. So by having those conversations, I've learned about different tech that's available, about all these other social media, like live streaming, all this like other world of the podcast world. And I'm meeting people from around the world and different style of leadership and how we do things. And it's just like very rich conversation because every time we jump on these calls, I always leave at least with one thing, something new that I've learned today. There's sometimes it's couple, but like you really feel like you're learning a lot. We're sharing so many resources and tools and what works, what doesn't work, what makes things better, how can you make this much easier for everybody. Some tips and tricks like from like even Substack that I wasn't aware of that you shared and some other people shared that now it's a bit more optimized for myself. Like all these things that you wouldn't even find, you would have to search hours online to figure out all these things when you can actually just get in a conversation.
And sometimes you don't even know what to even ask for.
Exactly.
You don't even know what the problem is. So I'm really interested in this. As you may know, we had very bad lockdowns in Australia, but in March of 2020, we were told that we had to stay inside 23 hours a day. Right? And I created a program, Better Than Real Life TV, which is still a functioning playlist on YouTube. And I challenged myself to say, okay, I've got to do this. It ended up being for 2 years. I've got to stay inside for 23 hours a day. What can I do online to compensate for the fact that I can't go shopping, that I can't go and visit my friends, that I can't go to the pub, that I can't go to the movies, right? I challenged myself for a whole year. And when the lockdown finished and they knocked on the door and says, you can come out now. I said, I don't want to. I get my food delivered every Tuesday, 4:30. I buy things online with Amazon. I've got Netflix. I don't want to go into the city anymore. Why would I get on the train to go into the city to see a movie when I can watch it for $4 on Netflix? Why would I do that? I got a big TV and a nice speaker. Why would I go all the way into the city and sit with a crowd of other people that I don't know and spend $25 when I can do it for $4? Sit on the couch and have a latte. I can make my own, right? And I challenged myself, and I wonder, and I know this is going to be a bit controversial, but is online education better than real life? I mean, I'd say probably not, but there certainly must be some compensations. I'm imagining, America, if you had to go to a course in Toronto in our adult years, where would you learn this stuff that we're talking about? Where would you go? I mean, is the course even available? What do you think?
Yeah, you could probably compile a group of courses that specialize in the different subject matter that we speak about based on our experiences. But how much time would you have to invest? And there's no better way. And I agree with you. I leave each and every time, like Layla, having learned something, or if I haven't learned anything, I would definitely have appreciated the conversation that I had with my peers online. And that's something you can't bottle or package in any academic program.
Yeah, the amount of people that we're learning, like Maria, who I only met recently, she's been doing this for 38 years. Now, we have been able to tap her wisdom in a 10-minute conversation. You and I both know, because we're techies and we're blokes, that we just talk in a funny way and we use acronyms and we're always talking about tech and people just tune out. Right? Now, we don't even know this because it's just so natural to us. But when Maria said, dumb it down, make it simple, keep it short, these sort of little things that she's learnt over 38 years, I could have read that in a book. I could have watched it on TV, but she said it, hit me in the head, like really got it, just got it straight away. And this is what you teach. And talking about teaching, you've got a school. So tell us about I really want to hear your thoughts on this, Sylvia. There's a really cool site called School, SKOOL. It's a membership site based on formats. You're teaching live streaming. Tell us about it, because you got 70 members now. It's rocking. Like, you're getting some every day, aren't you?
Yeah, we're averaging now one a day. We've lost a couple here and there. We lost 2 last month and 2 the month prior. But I look at it as healthy churn, healthy attrition. People come in, they feel that this is not for them, and they leave, and that's great. I don't have to focus on getting them engaged. People who resonate with what I'm building are sticking around, and I am grateful for that. But what's important is that I'm building a community that isn't feeding my ego. I'm building a community where I want others to be able to teach and bring value to the others who are here. And we're seeing that. Today, I welcomed one of our members who had an extreme difficult time getting in front of a camera, and she shared her journey with me. And I told her, listen, if anything, you'd be an ideal community member to mentor and to just be an ambassador. Just your story and the ability to share your story for those who are at that crossroads where they want to do something, they want to manifest this live content strategy. They can't bring themselves to talk in real time with people. You're you're an ambassador to their journey, and I'd love to have you. And she joined and welcomed her in today. And this is what I want this community to feel like, that there's no barriers. It's a safe place where we can help and support one another.
It's the thing I love about this format is, like, I remember going to school and thinking, when am I ever going to use algebra? All right, I got to learn it. I'm in year 9. I got to do it. Can't not do it. I got to go. When am I ever going to use algebra? All right, well, I just got to go. It's between 11 and 12, and then I've got lunch, and then I'll go home at 4 o'clock. And, you're watching the clock thinking, this is just bullshit. I mean, I'm never going to use this in real life. But the thing about school is that these school groups are all designed around a special skill. You are teaching people to go live online. That's a very specific skill. There's probably a school group for guitar. There's a school group for cooking. There's a school group for writers. There's a school group for learning to play cricket, right? So you decide what you want to learn, and there's a school group for that. Very specific. There's a tutor and a group and a community. And, mate, you are onto something here. I mean, I really love it. Sylvia, who's in Alberta, has never heard of this. So can you just give us a bit of a rundown of how you define school as a concept?
Certainly. So school is a community-based platform. So if you're comparing social media, the LinkedIns, the Substacks, which we started the conversation, that is a place to, I would describe, to warehouse and keep your content, keep your message, so that you're building trust and you're building credibility in the social fabric. School and communities like it, like Circle and Kajabi, they're purpose built to help people learn, to help the leaders teach and possibly sell their value proposition. It's no secret platforms like LinkedIn are not creator friendly, and they're not entrepreneur friendly. They're revenue driven. They want to sell you advertising space. They want you to pay to boost, to have your message. Where school is a place where you control the environment. You're in full control of your offer. You're in full control of your community. No one's going to throttle you. No one's going to tell you how to run your platform. You're there to drive value. You will know very quickly when it's time to pivot, because if you're lacking engagement and you're lacking participation and you're lacking growth, like I'm not a big community in comparison to others, but today when we hit 70, I now think back just weeks ago when I was being asked, like, how are you growing so rapidly? And how do you sustain an engaged community? Well, essentially, I have to demonstrate what it is in terms of the value that someone's going to get. So I show up, I got to be consistent, and I got to be as excited to grow and as excited to learn from others who are joining. So if you're not in a community environment with the intent of being part of it, then you're going to fail. You're not going to see and experience the engagement. Now, it's the whole gamification is one thing that you either love or hate the gamification. But for me, it's I look beyond the engagement, and now I'm looking at scheduling some courses, something that is more niche, because I now know 70 is a big enough sample based on my onboarding questions. I know exactly what people need and want help with. I can put together, a handful of courses, offer one-on-one support for those who want the one-on-one support. People want help planning. People want help promoting. People want help getting their communities engaged. And they want to be able to build the relationships that drive revenue using a live content strategy. And back to the concept that we were talking about earlier, I got to take those 5 and keep it simple, because the minute I start to complicate it, I'll start losing my community members and the interest and the engagement. So I just got to keep it simple, layman's terms, plain language. Don't go heavy on the tech. Just be honest, be consistent, and let people know that show up where you are, and you can always grow and scale at a later stage. But we want to provide a product and a coaching support that's going to help those who want help in any one of those 5 key areas, or a combination of those 5.
Yeah. One of the things that's really cool, this is a leaderboard for those that haven't seen school before, very heavily gamified. And what that means is that the audience is very, very, very engaged. They're having fun learning. And what Americo has done since I took this graphic is he has actually put a little course under each level. So it says there that I've got 89 points to go to get to level 5. Well, since I've taken this graphic, there's a little present at level 5, a little course that you can take as a present because you've done the work. Now you get points when you engage, when you like people's posts, when you comment on them, when you help each other. So it's like you've gamified the process to make it fun, and then there's a gift. Now, Layla, I want to pick up on this because I think you're number 1 now on all 3 of those. Tell us how you're using School for those that have never heard of it, and how does it differ to Substack, because you're using both. So you're uniquely qualified now to talk about both.
That's true. I guess I have a bit of experience. Um, I'm actually meeting really awesome people through. I'm mostly posting other communities as well, like leadership content, HR content, my experience of live streaming, podcasting, all that stuff. And people are commenting and telling me, hey, this, maybe try this or try that. So people are trying to help me out. We're giving guidance, we're sharing tips, we chat, and then we end up on supporting other people in different shows and different things. And it's actually really fun. And it's really community based, meaning you really build real connections and you really support each other by really adding value to what we're talking about, like exactly what we're doing in the live, but more in the content chat or like post that we put. Same format, I would say. And it's actually super fun. And I've met a lot of people through it, and it's actually taking me to a whole different direction in my career and my life journey right now. It's very positive.
I think it's a very important discussion to have, because in the online world, you can't do everything. You can't do everything well. So we often have this question: school versus Substack. And I love Substack and I love School as well, but I don't love it as much because there's only one of me and I can't do both. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a quick break here, maybe 2 hours in, give everyone a chance to have a stretch and maybe just go grab a cup of tea. I'm going to come back after the break. I'm going to talk about Substack as it compares to School, because I think it's an important one to discuss. And here's my current numbers. But I think if you had to do one, obviously you've got to choose. But I think Substack is going mainstream now. Like, I think it's hit the mainstream. A lot of people have heard of it, and a lot of people are doing it. So I don't know if I've got a graphic for that, but I do definitely have a song. So I've got a song. Substack is going mainstream. This is a bit of a thinking music while I just make myself a cup of tea at the 2 hour mark. Give yourself a stretch. Go get up and have a walk around, and I'll see you in 2 minutes.
Substack is going mainstream. dream. Voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. It started as a whisper, a spark in the feed. Writers finding voices, planting digital seeds. Now discovery's the rhythm, connections the tune. Audience lightning growing under a Substack moon. Still early in the golden haze, the crowd's not too loud, the field still plays. Substack is going mainstream. From the niche to the dream, voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. The challenge is the balance, to stay true and free. Hold that creator's soul in the storming sea. 2025, the year we decide how far the wave goes, how wide the tide. Can we scale the mountain without losing the art? Every platform's heartbeat starts in the heart. Substack is going mainstream. From the niche to the dream, voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. Substack is going mainstream. From the niche to the dream, voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. Substack is going mainstream. This is more than just a scheme. Ink and code, the perfect theme for a new world built on the writing dream.
Hang on, just grabbing my cup of tea. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Chief. So, all right, all part of the fun. Live in Melbourne, Australia. Cup of tea and everything. So, I just thought I'd play that song because Substack is indeed going mainstream. You may not know this, but 50 million users. 50 million. 5 million of them are actually have got a paid membership model. Making bank, so to speak, paying the rent by writing stuff, being creative. Sylvia, I think, I don't know if we're following each other, but I'll send you the link. You must know someone here and they may have sent you, they can send you the link, but I'll do it too. One thing I'd love to hear from you, Americo, is did you get your little gadget working? And because one of the things you may have noticed is that when I hit the button, there's this time lag, and you can never have too many gadgets. And we are thinking we may one day buy a little gadget that allows us to play these songs a bit more seamlessly. Like you probably noticed, you may not have, but it was about a 5-second lag between when I pushed the button and the song started, and that was a bit of dead air. It was a bit of a technical radio term. So did you get your little gadget working, Americo, or you having a bit of a break there? I'll come back to you. Sylvia, what we might do, Layla, is we might actually take this opportunity maybe to fix your mic. I've noticed that when you talk, very minor detail, you sound a little bit hollow. Are you near the mic? do you have it in your hand? Do you talk into it, or is it sort of a long way away?
No, it's right under my lips.
All right, now that's good, because what I'd love to hear from you is you are very, very, very good at promoting yourself, and you found these sites called Matchmaker FM, etc. And how are you going with that? Have you found that you're getting some good reactions, getting some good leads?
You know what? Yes and no. I mean, there's opportunities, but I'm just not sure that is the right place for me. I kind of like actually asked the question to different communities I'm actually on school and say, hey, what do you think about these matchmaking podcasts? Because some are podcasters, some are hosts, some have been doing this for years. And it's like, what do you think about having a pitch deck and being on those platforms? And most of them responded by, you know what, Layla, it's better to keep meeting people organically like you're doing. You're building relationship, you're building community, you're getting to know people, and it's just a better way to connect with people. Like one of the persons said, I've had 130 shows already, and all the people he's brought in are all organically met, and he's never asked a pitch deck or any of that stuff that these Matchmaker FM uh, for podcasts. So I'm quite pleasantly surprised that what the community was telling me is like, yeah, don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not authentic. It's not real. You know, they'll ask you to pay lots of money, and it may not be worth it. They're just bringing you in for the money. They don't really care. So to a certain degree, right? So I'm looking at it just as I think a learning opportunity. So far, I haven't said yes to any of them. However, in the meantime, I've been asked to come on a couple other podcasts just by connecting with live audio, live shows, attending some events, and it's more fun like that, I think.
I love it. I love it. Now, Sylvia, you've asked the question, how do you unmute? I've got to send you a link, which I can do, but we do have to be connected. So I've sent you a connection request. Once you accept that, I can send you the link. I'm sorry, that's a bit clumsy, but that's the way that that sort of system works. But I'm very happy to send you the link. We can have up to 8 people on the call. But why? And I just sent you a link, so I'll just wait for you to accept that, and then I'll send you the details. But why I'm very interested in this, Layla, is that Matchmaker FM and other sites like it have found a need in the market very cleverly. There's people that have a podcast that need guests, and there's people that want to be guests but don't have a podcast. Right? And this Matchmaker FM is a middle ground, whatever it is, $50 a month, and whatever they charge, whatever they decide to charge, I don't know what they charge, but there's a fee, and the fee is just a matchmaking fee. Here's a guest that wants to be on a podcast, and here's a podcaster that needs a guest, and they're just the middleman. I mean, that actually is just e-commerce. It's just Commerce 101. You don't know anyone yet that has a podcast, and this podcaster doesn't know anyone who wants to be a guest. So there's just a middle person providing that fee. But there's a couple of things that happen when you go for these sites. One, and I really want to hear your thoughts on this. Most people that have a podcast and want guests want you to pay to go on their podcast, and I think you're having that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's so you pay let's say it's the monthly fee for the matchmaking would be $30, $50, or $95 a month. And then you have these people are sending you these invites. There's like they charge you 200, 300, 600, $50, $30 to be on the podcast. So you're paying twice to be on a podcast with not really knowing the person. You look at the website, but everybody has a website. Like it just feels very inauthentic. Like I don't feel like I'm connecting with real people
Yeah.
because there's just so many steps, and I'm like, who's the real person behind this? So as simple as today, I just had a hot chocolate chat, and this person's like, Layla, like I really like to have you on a podcast. I'm like, you have a podcast? Like, yeah, I've created a bunch. I was like, I would like to bring you, and it just happened naturally. It's like, or really just in a conversation.
Yeah. I've sent you a connection request, Sylvia. That should pop up either as an email or in your somewhere on your PC. I don't know what gadget.
So I would say to that, Keith, I think with all these, like it's great to have all these technology and AI, but I'm personally really craving more like real relationships, like real people. connecting with authentic, real people, and I'm really needing it this year a lot more than ever. So having all these middle,
Working, isn't it?
you know what I mean? Like I just feel like it's making me disconnected, and I need to connect. I need to feel like I'm alive again. I'm connected to the world. So I don't think it's right for me. However, it's a good learning research opportunity because it's great discussions because it might work for somebody. So if it come across somebody's like, that's exactly what I need, I would prefer it that way. You know, at least I have something I can share and say, you can try it out and see how it works for you.
Yeah, it's coming from the right place. It's just a matter of whether, like, they're going to charge you a fee to have the matchmaking system, and then it's up to the podcast host if they want to charge you to be on their podcast. So it's like, you know, if a real estate agent has a list of houses, then you've got to pay rent on the house, right? Like, I mean, they have a list of houses, and you just decide which one you want to rent, and then you pay the rent to the landlord, right? So it's like a middleman. But yeah, it's a thing. But why I was interested in that is that if you're meeting people organically, they may not be as fussed about sound as me. But while we're waiting for Americo and Sylvia, etc., we could take this time to spend a bit of time getting your microphone tech going because it sounds boomy and a little bit hollow. And I'm just wondering if there's a way we can, like, if you talk right into actually, I'll show a picture of this. If we talk right into the mouth of the microphone, you might find that you might be talking in the wrong part of the microphone. You might be talking into the back of it.
You know what? That could be, maybe I set it up upside down. Who knows?
You need to talk into this bit. You need to talk into the middle. Yeah. Can you see that? This is the mic you have, and you need to talk into that little round bit.
Is it situated on both sides like that?
No, that's very important. It's only on one side.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I have it on the wrong side.
Maybe you're talking into the wrong section.
Yeah.
How
do I know which side it's supposed to be?
Well, let's test it.
Okay.
Is there on the
How about like this? Is this better?
No,
And
that's
this would be
definitely
the other
not
side.
it. That's definitely not it. So that's good.
Oh.
That's definitely
Okay. So I guess it is not upside down.
No.
That's good.
What I might do is I've got a mic very similar to this, and I might demonstrate it. This is a very minor thing. Like, this is not a game changer. But given that you want to be on podcasts, you want to come across as a professional, which you do. But for my ears, as a podcast listener, you sort of sound like you're in a bit of a tunnel. Right? It's a very minor thing because I've got headphones on, but you do sound like you're in a bit of a tunnel. Now, I'd be interested to know, Sylvia, can you tell the difference between me talking into a professional quality mic and Layla talking into her mic, which is $60? Right? Can you tell the difference? And if you can't, don't worry. That's exactly what we need to hear. Because if most people can't tell, don't spend the money. You know, you can spend a lot of money on things you don't need. But I just want, while we got this opportunity, I am a bit of a lull in the audience. I thought it would be a very good chance to try and improve your sound. Yeah. So you sound a bit like you're talking in a dungeon to me. It's a very minor thing. In fact, we'll do a specific test about this another day. But I want to improve your microphone technique. Yeah. And is the room big?
Yeah, I think maybe, yeah, pretty decent size.
So there's a lot of space around you. So the sound is bouncing off maybe a lot of the walls.
Most likely, yeah.
Not sure there's much we can do, but
like, it's like, you know, I have my desk, I have like my bed a bit further, like I close the curtains because I have a patio door, and on my right side, there's like my closet, the doors are mirrors, which is interesting. But
the doors are mirrors, glass.
Yeah, mirror glass, like, yeah. So
is that close?
Yeah.
Okay. this is, as I said, this is very minor. But given that you want to be on podcasts, there'll come a time, which won't be far away, where someone will say, "Mate, I'm getting 1 million downloads a month. I've got a spot next week. Come on." What do you sound like? Oh, okay, sorry. That you'll bump up against people that are very like me, sound snobs, and they might think, well, hang on, my podcast's getting 1 million downloads a month,
Mhm.
and you're talking in a room with mirror doors. Can you put a towel over your head, or can you get a better mic? You're not there yet, but if your goal is to speak on podcasts, this conversation will happen, and I'd be very interested to know what Americo thinks. And
I mean, would upgrading a different mic would make a difference? Like, I don't know, or is it because of the space, like how the room are designed
yeah, it's a
where I live?
So Sylvia says, and this is a very important point, someone listening in the audience, sounds great to me. The space is there, I can hear it, but it doesn't bother me. But your voice can be heard, and that's the main thing. And if you were recording a song, it would matter, but we're just talking. So one thing I'm very conscious of is a couple of things. One is I've got lots of tech which makes everything exaggerated. I've got a $200 pair of headphones, which I put on, every show. Once it goes through the internet and comes out the other side in Canada, you go through so many processes that most people probably can't tell. And if there's nothing you can immediately do, I wouldn't recommend necessarily getting any more, spending any more money. I have indeed sent you some. I have sent you a connection request, Sylvia. So you just go in and accept that, and once you accept that, I can send you a message. I guess I could send it organically via an email, which you've got my email there. I might try that as well. But let me just see. So America, we're just trying, because there's a bit of a lull in the audience. We're trying an experiment with Layla. My gut feeling with my headphones is that Layla sounds a little bit like she's talking in a dungeon. How do you hear Layla speak? Does she sound hollow, or am I making that up? You want to speak?
It goes in ebbs and flows, and it could have everything to do with how close or how far away she steps away from the mic. But some cases, I really hear her coming in really boomy and hollow, and then other times it kind of just levels out and she sounds fine. But while I stepped away, I was listening on my mobile phone, so the mobile experience, you can't tell the difference. The fact that we have our headsets on, and we might be able to look up, but while I was listening on my mobile, while I was grabbing a quick bite, she sounded fine.
Yeah, and this is the important thing. So for the audience, most people can't tell, but in a way, for you, Layla, your audience is the host. The host will tell you whether they can tell. I've had hosts that say, "Mate, we got to work on this." Me, like, I got hundreds of dollars worth of gear, and they said, "What's going on? We got to fix this. I'm not pushing record until you get this right." Well, okay. So we mucked around and took half an hour, got the sound right. Then they pushed record. Very fussy. So your audience will be the podcast host. And I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this, Layla. When you connect with people, with someone who's got a podcast, do they ask these questions? Are they sound snobs like me? And have they
So
been?
far, not at all. I'm like, I actually do a quick test. I'm like, can you hear me right? Is my mic okay? Is my sound's like, yeah, no, you sound great. Let's just hit record. I was like, okay. Just like, so I really, I don't know what to say.
No, this
I
is
don't
good.
know.
It's a very important. Like, I've got a mate who plays guitar. He's the best guitarist that I personally know, as good as anyone you would know. but he's my friend. And he said, mate, the difference between a $300 amp and a $3,000 amp is so small that only I can hear it. But because I'm so used to this, I cannot play my guitar through a $300 amp. It just annoys me. So I can tell, because he's got really good ears, and I can't do it. Whereas the average person learning guitar, so what you spent $3,000 on a guitar amp. I mean, it's just you plug it in, right? You plug it in and it works. Yeah. Well, that's one way to look at it. But I've been playing guitar since I was 16. He said he's been playing about 40 years, and every year he gets better, and his ear just tunes in, and he's getting that little bit more fussy. So if you haven't had any problems with your potential guests or hosts, then don't worry. What we were talking about during the break is Matchmaker FM and how they charge a fee to match you to someone who has a podcast. Have you heard of these services, America? What do you think of them?
I have, and they're starting to pop up in my social feed, I guess, because I'm talking more about live streaming and events. I'm now being picked up on SEO searches, and it's ironic that you mentioned that, because while I was before jumping on your show, that just came across my feed. Those searching podcasting services where they will source out guests for you. Some you got to pay for, and some will even pay you for hosting members of their pool.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. It's a two-way flow. I love this discussion, because as the world gets more personalized, like, I mean, I don't listen to the radio. I personally haven't listened to the radio this century, because there's one guy speaking, and then he plays a song, and then there's an ad, and then he plays a song, and then there's an ad, and then there's the news, and then there's an ad. And I'm thinking, can you just play the song? Can you just play songs? I don't want to hear you talking about the song and then read a live ad about some chicken dinner that I could have for $3.99. I don't care about that. I just want to hear the songs, right? So I use Spotify for that. I haven't listened to the radio for 20 years. But we now have all of these personalized experiences with, and this is why it's so cool. Layla can do a podcast about what she wants to talk about and attract an audience that wants to hear what she wants to say. Now, I don't know if you've been following along with Jason. This is a very cool story. Jason, who was a science teacher who lives in Red Deer, Alberta, very good science teacher, very popular with the kids. He's very interactive, very good teacher. Also has very cute dogs. So he decided, you know what? I'm going to do these cute photos of the cute dogs that I have, because I'm into dogs. I love them, and I love taking photos of them. And guess what? Other people like watching his photos of his cute dogs. And his Instagram account has 200,000 followers. 200,000. And all he's doing all day, it's a task, but he's creating photos of cute dogs for people who like watching photos of cute dogs. So, pet food companies, pet insurance companies, all sorts of pet related products are coming at him saying, mate, can you put an ad just before the cute photo and we'll give you like $1,000? I mean, he has this conversation every day. Well, no, I mean, I've got a product, and I've got a theme, and I've got a standard, and your product doesn't sort of match what I'm talking about. Might match, but I don't want to do it. So what he does is he makes T-shirts and stuffies of these cute dogs. And he now makes, true story, as much money as a teacher as he does making these. He would be by definition what we would call an influencer. And he does it. And this would be unheard of 30 years ago. Like, unheard of. Imagine if you went to your science teacher in high school and goes, guess what? I reckon in 10 years' time, you'll be able to quit your job because all you do all day is take photos of dogs. That's a stupid idea. I do love dogs and I do have a camera, but I can't make money. And you had a guy on the rate on your show 2 weeks ago about this exact story, didn't you?
Andrew Darlow was a guest, and he too has a business entity. He's an entrepreneur by profession, so he's a photographer, and he has a business that is centered around pets. He photographs dogs as well as one of his businesses. I think that's his primary business. But yes, it's a real thing that we wouldn't have fathomed years ago.
Couldn't have. So let's just talk about this idea of morphing into your passion. He loves photography. He loves pets. People have pets and they want photos of them. Now, they can probably take it on their phone, but it's not the same. So they go to his house or his studio, and their dog is in a room with all these cute little attachments, and he takes a photo of the dog, charges $100, $200, whatever it is, makes a living. The people get a photo of their dog. He gets income. He loves doing it. Everyone's happy. This would have been unheard of 20 years ago. So the world of work has changed, and you and I know this because we've been kicked in the guts so many times that we're just sick and tired of being told what to do. Come to work, get paid, shut up, do what you're told. Right? That idea is gone. Like, most of the world doesn't do that anymore. I would say probably most, 51% or more, are not content to just go to work and do what they're told. I don't know this for sure. I'd be interested to know the stats, but most people are thinking, I can do better. And Layla, I'd be interested in your thoughts here, and let's not go too deep in here, but do you think the idea of a job still exists, or do you want to be an entrepreneur too? Or do you want to do a bit of both? I think we've lost Layla. She's just
We lost her.
spooling. What about you, Sylvia? Do you like working for a living, or do you want to be a teacher, an online trainer? What are you thinking? Do you like the idea of doing your own thing? I'll let you comment. I have indeed sent you a request to connect on LinkedIn. I can't do more than that. You've got to accept that before I can send you a message. Do you know Sylvia? America. I'm not connected to her, so she couldn't possibly have seen my feed through me. Someone else must have recommended that. Maybe she's a friend of Jason's. Maybe she's a friend of Layla's.
So there may be some confusion because I too reached out to connect, and she has accepted my invitation, wondering if our wires got crossed, and she might think that she accepted your request.
Maybe I'll send you the link and you can send it to her. But what I'm really fascinated by is we don't talk that much because you're so busy with your school, and I know you've got a lot of other things. Let's have a bit of a chat while we got the time. What have you been doing? What's going well? What can we get the word out for you, and how are things going for you?
Well, I've been today has been a busy day, and busy in a good way, because I'm lining up community members who want to have one-on-ones with me. I'm trying to schedule guests for my shows, which I'm transparent, and I share that by sharing my stage, you become part of my marketing funnel, because I want to be able to demonstrate and not just coach a framework. I want to be able to point people and community members to real life examples of the framework that I want to coach them on. And got a few members reaching out, and hopefully will sign up as customers in due course, because it has, and I can't say it enough, and I'll agree with the conversation for those who were here earlier. Simplifying the message makes a world of a difference. And I was my biggest obstacle, because I thought I would differentiate myself by front loading my offer with complexity. Hey, no one else is doing it. So if I front load, a prospect with information to help them make a better buying decision, I'm going to set myself apart. Well, it turns out that I was hindering my success by front loading and making things more complicated than they needed to be. And I should have known better, because that's the space where I came from, that customer experience space, trying to make the customer journey easy and seamless. But I got caught up in my own excitement and my own ambition to want to succeed, that I hindered that for a little bit. But here I am, simplifying it. The community, I'm trying to keep it simple as well, so that those who are joining continue to say and share a sentiment that has got me really excited. I love what you're doing here. I love, like that. Very few people, I've come across very few offers like yours. You have a very unique offer, and it's starting to show up in school. When I look at my ranking, my school community by category, yes, I'm still in the 1400s. But when I do a keyword search for live stream, as of yesterday, when I checked, I was on the first page. And anyone who knows SEO and the Google ideology, you want to be on the first page of SEO search. And whatever the algorithm in the school system is doing, when you key in live stream, I came up on the first page. I was like the sixth option. Not bad for 50,000 school communities.
I think it's an astonishing achievement. So, one of the things I'm so fascinated by that is that you've drilled down, and we now live in a society that wants choice. I had to go to school, and I had to learn algebra, and I had to learn Shakespeare. I knew in my heart I was never gonna find a need for Shakespeare. Like I rallied against it. I made really massive noise about that. But we have to learn Shakespeare. I'm thinking, when am I ever going to do that? But that's what you have to do. We're now in a society, in a place in history where we can choose the topics that are of interest to us. That is very, very exciting. And you've got a community around live streaming, and I'd love to know what sort of courses you've got. Quite a few levels now. What are involved in those levels?
So I ended up renaming the levels, because if you jump into the community today, one thing that I really disliked about the gamification is that the levels made people feel like a number. So I added some keepsakes, some emojis, and gave it some character, so that people understand that there's a visual to each of those milestones. And if I were to jump into the, so if you want to pull it up, we can walk through that. But the course is, to answer your question, the first fundamental one that's going to get put behind either a paywall of some kind is the one-on-one support. So I want to be able to continue to drive value for free for those who want to learn. But for those who want that one-on-one support, I will create a module that will walk through and tailor and customize an event plan and promotion to get and ensure that the people that I'm working with get the right audience members to attend. And essentially, we're going to start creating marketing funnels for those who want to monetize this. Of course, I am very transparent in saying this is going to take time. This is an investment that requires, 4, maybe 5 events before you start seeing the benefits. Because if you haven't built trust in this format, and if people don't know you in this format, you're going to have to build that trust in real time. So you're going to have to show up with the understanding that you're not going to start converting. And I won't coach to have these live events a sales pitch every time. We're building trust. This is going to be done with a social selling objective. And we know the benefits of social selling. You still end up getting the outcomes that you want without making your audience feel like they're being pitched. You're delivering value. And that'll be one of my first programs. What's there now at levels 2, 3, and 4 are live streaming made simple. We're unlocking the potentials of, so I introduced the lead framework at level 3 just to kind of give community members an understanding as to what they can expect as they progress through the community. And one thing that I'm really enjoying right now are the collaborations. So I did a 4-week soft launch collaborating with Christina Segato. She and I put together a 4-week session that helps those who are at that pivotal moment transitioning from either a corporate role or just a shift in their life's journey where they want to be an entrepreneur, how to take your life skills and turn it into a business. So Christina is looking after the business coaching side of this collaboration, and I'm stepping in, helping those who want to incorporate a live content strategy as part of their business that Christina will help them build online. Earlier today, I spoke with someone, and I'm excited about this one because it's something that a lot of people try to overcome, and many of us don't really speak of. But there is a fear or a reluctance and anxiety around public speaking, and this is a form of public speaking. We may not be on camera, we may not be on stage physically in front of a crowd, but psychologically, there are people who freeze because they just know that they're talking and there's someone listening, and whoever might be listening might be judging, and people tend to get themselves as the roadblock and really just get in their heads. And I spoke with someone today who I'm going to arrange a collaboration here in the community to help those who have difficulties overcoming public speaking.
I think it's excellent because what we're doing now is we're just picking one skill, and we got a caller. I don't know who that is, but let me just play a little sound. I think that might be Layla trying to get in, or is it Sylvie? I don't know, but goodbye. Now you can hear I'm getting a little time lag in that little thing. Oh, it's pissing me off.
What's happening? Is somebody calling? Like
Yeah, I had a real phone call. I had a call. I think it was
I thought
Alberta.
either you or America were playing with some buttons of your switchboard or whatever it is. I guess not. Okay.
I had a real call, but yeah, I one day we'll do a call about gadget. There's a bit of a time lag. It's pissing me off. It just doesn't feel natural. But you know, you're getting a lot of these. You're getting a lot of people calling you and seeing the value because you're demonstrating the value, aren't you? Like what we're used to, because we've been doing this a long time, is that we're used to being pitched at 45-second, 45-minute proposed value, and then a pitch at the end: buy my stuff, get some steak knives, 10% off if you buy by midnight. You know, we're sick of that model, aren't we? We're just sick of that model.
Yeah, we are. And the one thing I want to hold true is that as I grow and transition, I've made the decision that my community will be freemium, the freemium structure. There will always be that free component where you can get real-time advice by attending these types of events and conversations. The learning library will continue to fill up with learning resources. And then as people have an increased desire to hone in on a particular skill, they might be able to find that through a classroom. And if it's a collaboration, that it'll probably come with a price tag, but you're going to get real advice, real coaching. And the person I was referring to that I spoke to earlier about public speaking, that was Wakaz from Colorado, the gentleman who was banned on LinkedIn,
Have
who
you
experienced
got some insights from him about why that's happening?
So similar, the sentiment is the same as what you share, and others in the same predicament share. You know, the platform has changed, and the way that its AI is looking at things and recognizing and capturing moments. It's flagging misconduct, which in previous cases and in reality is not misconduct or misuse of the platform. So he was encouraged. His encouragement was, just keep it human. Like, well, I am keeping it human, and that's what everyone else is doing. They're keeping it human, but somehow their AI is not recognizing your level of humanity. You're so efficient at whatever it is that you might be doing, and you're doing it so well and so quick that it's raising flags and getting picked up as possible AI, and it intercepts and it bans you for being efficient or effective.
Bez was saying yesterday that he thinks that there's a limit on interactions, so which they don't tell you, but he thinks that you can.
There is
Yeah.
there is a limit on comment interactions, because there are live streaming hosts who try to gamify the previous algorithm. If we get to remember, there was a time when we used to set our goal to 100 comments. There were others who perhaps had more aggressive or excessive stretch goals to drive engagement so that the algorithm could push their event to a wider audience. And there are members, one who attends my event frequently. He will engage, and at the end of the show or the next day, he will remove his comments from my event. And I reached out to him and asked, like, hey, are we okay? Did I say something to upset you? I noticed you withdrew your comments. Like, no, I've been warned by LinkedIn that I comment excessively. So I show up, I engage and support you and other content creators and their events. But because I'm so invested in engaging in so many events, I've been told I have to ease up. So I remove my comments to give room for the next day's engagement activity. So there is truth to Bez's theory.
Yeah, I think this is pretty important, because what I'm very proud of, and this is a very good segue, I now send the file to 3 places. I send it to Substack, which I love. This is the first time in this year that I've done a proper event with 3, because I couldn't get it to work. I'll tell you about that in a minute. I worked it out. I send it to LinkedIn, but often, this is the first time in 2 weeks that I've had an active LinkedIn account on show day. The last 2 times I was banned either the day before or on the day. Can you imagine? Just imagine. I promote a show for a month. 1,000 people say they're going to come, and an hour before the show, I get restricted for 48 hours. It's beyond comprehension how much stress that causes. I've got no way of contacting those people to say, hey, showtime, here's the link. But no way of contacting them. The shows are just dead in the water. They don't even run. That's happened for the last 2 weeks. So this is the first time I've had a functioning show on LinkedIn in 2 weeks. But the backup that works every time very reliably is YouTube. And so that's where my shows will be. And I've got a playlist on that, which I love. Just love it. How are your YouTube videos going? Do you track that as well?
Yes. So now I have a flow. So on show day, I will multi-stream to the 3 platforms, the same 3 platforms. Following each live, I will take the transcript, have my agent analyze and summarize the key points, and I will craft and create either an article or a blog, depending on how I'm feeling, that summarizes each show, and I will post that on Substack. I no longer keep the replay available. I will alternatively embed a call to action for those who want to listen to the replay. I'll send them to YouTube. So if you catch it live on Substack, great, but understanding that Substack is a reader and writer platform first, I will lead with the written summary and put a call to action, sending people to YouTube to watch the on-demand or the replay. YouTube, I will add each event to its respective playlist. And following the event, typically over the weekend, I will start to create shorts, snappy, bite-sized pieces of content that will capture moments from the event, and I'll start pushing those out. And I'm starting to see now it's starting to pay dividends because my views are climbing. Now, a year ago, I had single-digit views on my YouTubes because I wasn't focused on YouTube. And I'm sure if I optimize each description a little better, I would get picked up on search a little better. But I'm just trying to keep it organic, keep it relative to the show. I don't want to invest too much time and game the description so that it picks up. If I have time down the road to improve that, great. But right now, I'm starting to see traction on my on-demand content because I'm pointing it all to one place. I now have a good indication what's being watched. I can monitor and analyze the data on both LinkedIn and YouTube. And that's part of the reason why I don't host the replay on Substack, because I can't track the views.
Yeah.
Once I end the show.
Yeah. This is a very important discussion because as a consumer, Layla, where do you watch our shows? Which format do you prefer? We got your back, Layla.
Am I
Yeah,
back?
yeah. Well, bingo, gotcha. So you've got a choice. You can watch us on LinkedIn, YouTube, or Substack, but where do you choose to listen to us and watch us?
Today I tried LinkedIn and then it crashed for me. So I guess and then I just joined you on I use Substack to come back in.
That's why it's important. What you just said there is why it's important to have a backup. Because you tried to watch LinkedIn because that's what you prefer, but it didn't work for you, the consumer. And had we not have had a second, you just wouldn't have been able to watch the show.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know what happened. Like it just crashed. So I'm glad that there was like Substack, that there was a link that I can actually try that, because I don't know, maybe something going on with my LinkedIn today. Can't say. But I'm glad that we have several options.
Yeah, I love this. One of the things, we can brainstorm this separately. We're deep into the weeds, and hardly anyone's going to get down this far. But I would love to brainstorm with you not only the quality of your sound, but the quality of your message. and because you've said to me, "Oh, look, I'm probably not ready to go on a show yet." But I would love to know, if you do go on a show, what would you talk about? Because to be honest, this is the essence of why you'll get on shows. Like, you've got to have something to say. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I so far been either speaking about leadership, executive coaching, entrepreneurship, wellness, women's health,
but see what you're
yeah,
doing there. Like, those are all different subjects.
yeah. It depends what they bring me in. It's like it just go with the conversation. They just ask all these questions and I just go with it.
All right, no
I
worries.
think so. It's like uh, very freestyle. Like there's no script. They're not giving me any guideline. They're just like, you know what? Just show up. I'll ask you questions, and we'll just see where the conversation goes.
Okay, well, let's. Jim is a very, very, very experienced podcaster. Where I'm asking Layla and people in the audience, do you need to have a specific message when you are a podcast guest? Or, Jim, do you like to just have very generic conversations? I'd love to hear your style. You've been doing this a very long time. When you ask for a guest to come on a show, do you usually pick a particular topic, and how do you find them?
Well, for the show Dealcasters, we are very specific because our show is really designed around one, because we do go live on Amazon. We're usually talking about either like their newest book release. We tend to focus on people that are going to help people with podcasting, live streaming, gear, marketing. So it's more in that vein. So we're not necessarily going to bring somebody on that's going to, tell us about their life story, sort of a thing. Um, that's not really what our audience is looking for. So I think that's one aspect, but that's not to say I wouldn't guest on other shows or consider starting a different show altogether that is a completely different topic. But I think you can have multiple shows. They don't all have to be under one umbrella. And I think even to what you're doing here on Substack, and part of what Americo does as well, is you're allowing for a conversation that is, people have an interest in, but it doesn't mean that you're like, oh, I need to make this into a podcast and try to get all these downloads. It's it's more of a community building, I'll call it exercise, because we are just having a conversation with people, and because you're not using video per se, even though this is, really this is live streamed audio. Um, you're lowering the barrier to entry for guests that maybe aren't ready to put their face on camera. So I think that's kind of how I look at it, because I think that even when you do a video podcast, and I call it a video podcast, especially because of what YouTube is doing with, the podcasting space, that people aren't always going to have the time to watch what's going on, but they may be listening while they're doing other things. So that's where having video can have its advantages, because do people really watch audiograms as short form content? I think that's up for debate.
Yeah, I love what you're saying here, because we we're constantly pushing the envelope, and I'd love to know how you use Substack. Like, we've done this for a long time, and I'd love to know how I had Rachel on before. Rachel Bad, Redhead Media. She was on at the start of the show, and as the cool kids start to discover Substack, they're going to be looking to all the people that have come before them, and we've come before them. So, and you've come before me. So, how are you using Substack, and what are some of your tips for the people listening about how to use it?
So with my specific publication, Jim's Writing and Video Journey, I'm doing things like, as an example, I want to say it was just at the end of, like, week before last, I had interviewed Karen Glazer and Jan Kreidenberg from Open.video, and we went live on, Substack, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And what I did is we had a conversation about what open.video is all about and how that is, a YouTube competitor, because now you can create you can put your video basically not on rented land. You don't have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 view hours in order to monetize your video. And so we talked about that. And then when the video was done, what I did, within the next week, I think kind of to what Americo has talked about, is I turned that into an article to go along with the video. But then the second piece of what I did with that Substack content is I made the written part a LinkedIn newsletter and said, "Hey, if you want to watch this, you got to come over to my Substack and here's the link." So that is to try to get more people on, to follow me on Substack.
It's all very meta, isn't it? Everything feeds each other. Everything feeds itself. It's very cool. Like and there's no limit to the amount of things you can do, and maybe the only limit is time. But
Right.
I just love how we're doing this. I just love how we're all playing around with it, doing our thing, doing what feels natural to us in the time zone we have and the time available in the day. And
I'd love to ask.
yeah, please.
I'd love to ask Jim a question, or if not a question, his thoughts on my experiment. So I was doing some research over the weekend, and all indications point to Substack favoring monetized accounts because they're going to make money when creators make money. So arbitrarily, I decided, not because I need the money, but I decided to turn on the paywall on my Substack account because the research that I was, well, maybe the prompting that I was doing and the insights that was being shared by the LLMs that I was entering this prompt, they all suggested that monetized accounts are favored by Substacks. So in essence, we'll get more reach and more visibility because our content will be pushed out to a broader audience. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'm testing it myself. All my content remains free. All I've done was turn on the paywall, but I continue to publish and make everything available to everyone for free. And I want to test this theory of whether or not I will get higher or bigger reach and stronger engagement. What are your thoughts?
Well, I turned on monetization early on, and even in some aspects, maybe you could say, even though I make some offers in a sense to those people that become paid subscribers, it's really more of a, hey, if you support what I'm doing, you can be a paid subscriber. I'm like you. I haven't paywalled any of my content. But I did recently go over 500 subscribers. I mean, I have a few paid subscribers. I'm not gonna say I have a ton, but I also know that my follower numbers are about double my subscriber numbers. So, so I've got about 1,000 followers. I've got 500 plus, subscribers. But what I'm seeing is especially when I repurpose the live video, is because it is going out as a, email post to my subscribers, I'm getting a really good open rate. So I heard what you said earlier about, well, I can't really necessarily measure how many people viewed it or whatever. I think that's a good reason, and I think you're doing it too, is like, okay, I'll put the video on YouTube. But I also think the reality is, because I've seen this enough because we've been doing, but we have a couple of channels through our Dealcasters brand that are monetized. Even when we go live on YouTube, we don't get like a ton of live viewers. People are viewing our, if you want to call it, recorded content.
Mhm.
So I think so I'm not necessarily convinced that, YouTube is the place where you should go live. But on the flip side, what I do see, and I've started with a couple of my clients, we've started to add Substack as a destination, that even with a very small audience, they're getting more people jumping on live than they are on other channels that they have bigger followings on. And I don't know if you're noticing that as well, because I think, and I heard, Keith talk about it earlier, that there's definitely an issue with LinkedIn and live video. It doesn't seem like it works, and I goes back to they're always changing their way they do things. So is it really, you know, worth the time and the investment when, even with a newsletter, and I enjoyed the article you wrote, Americo, about the whole, SSI.
Mhm.
I hadn't checked mine in a while, but I did, and so, it comes down to, do I really wanna work that hard on it? Is it really going to do anything for what I'm doing, or do I just continue to, you know, focus on what I think is important for my business, and not get wrapped up in like, "Oh, I gotta," because I feel like they're always moving the goalpost. And a really good, friend of mine, I think you might have had her on, Vivica von Rosen.
Yeah.
We were talking about, or she posted recently, how she's actually been disconnecting with people on LinkedIn and making her audience smaller, and she's seeing a jump in her, engagement. As it's almost like what they started talking about with email marketing, right? It's like if you have a lot of subscribers that are not opening, that you're having problems with your email reach. So it's a similar thing. It's like, okay, well, it's kind of like, if you don't care about my content, I'm okay with you not following me.
Mm, mm, mm.
Like
Yeah.
I don't. It's not about having thousands of people. It's about having people that actually are interested in what you're doing.
Absolutely.
And I
Yeah.
think that's where people still get too wrapped up in the, "Oh, we gotta get all these people and all these subscribers." I don't think that's the case, and that's why sometimes when people's like, "Oh, well, I don't wanna leave Facebook because there's 3 billion people on Facebook." 3 billion people is not your audience. And I think that's what we have to think about.
Yeah.
And America,
Absolutely.
you've taken, like, this is an amazing conversation. There's two people in the world that are consciously unfollowing. You've been leading the charge. I'd be surprised if Vivica didn't get the idea from you. But you do this, don't you? You're the only person up until this second in time that actually consciously unfollows people, and you
I
found it working, didn't you?
I did have the conversation with Vivica, and I don't know that I may have been the tipping point, but I was definitely in that conversation. And when she had shared with me that she had knocked a third of her following, like, that's quite aggressive. But the strategy is no longer eyeballs. We're no longer chasing eyeballs. We're chasing relevance. And yeah, for the last 3 years, every year I usually do a year-end cleansing of my community over on LinkedIn. But this year I'm being more conscious about who I let in, and not just let everyone in and then decide if they can stay the following year at the end of the year, because it is a time consuming exercise.
H- How
So
how do you decide who to unfollow, or how do you cleanse? How do you go about cleansing?
so there is a few things that I take into account, and knowing what the new algorithm is favoring. If they want, they're encouraging us to be uh, experts in our field of expertise. So if I'm no longer known as the insurance expert, then that's probably one of the key areas I would focus on. So I look at my followers in the insurance industry, where I spent 20 plus years working in, and I'll go in order. I'll look at this at a hierarchical order. I'll keep all my decision makers because they can be influential down the road. But if someone reported to me 20 years ago and their profile still has zero engagement, 20 years ago when they reached out to me, I was that proverbial stepping stone that they needed to get them through some door or to help them get introduced to someone. If I no longer see the value in them being able to introduce me to someone, then I cut ties with them. And I know Bez and I last week, we had a healthy conversation around that. It's like, well, you never know. You could still be considered to be introduced, and they still might remember you. It's like, well, if they're going to remember me, they'll remember me regardless if I'm a first, second, or third degree connection. If I'm being remembered as the person, not as the connection.
Yeah. And in a time where you've got to make a choice, that actually is a very good idea. So if you've worked in industries that you no longer work in or are interested in, like I used to be a career counselor. So for instance, I could disconnect with everyone I was a career counselor with in the 2010s because I probably haven't chatted to them for 15 years.
And it's no longer what you're talking about, right?
So that's it. What about you, Jim? If you were to do this, how would you go about unfollowing? How would you decide? And how does Vivica decide?
I think that Americo hit it right on the head. It's like, I was in the military, for 25 years, and so initially a lot of my LinkedIn connections were people from the defense industry. Now, granted, I still do stuff in the veteran space, and so there probably are some people that I still want to stay connected to for that reason, but I think, and I'm starting to do it maybe more so on Facebook, and I would say some of it has to do with people's morals and principles. That it's like I, and you guys may have the same thing. You connect with some of these people on social media because maybe you went to school with them when we were all much younger, but it's not like you've ever hung out since then. But for some reason, we felt like, oh, I got to connect with this person because they went to my school or whatever. But the reality is, you never have a conversation. The only conversation is maybe comments or stuff on a social media post. But it's like, are they really doing anything for you or vice versa? So it's like, you don't need that person in your space. I think it kind of goes back to what America says. If you're not working in career counseling, you're not working in insurance anymore, unless your plan is to start doing stuff in the space you're in now in that industry, why keep them there? Because they're obviously not reaching out to you saying, "Oh, hey, I really need to talk to you about, helping us do a live stream on, the state of the insurance industry."
But is it
Because
worth the
unless you
planning
block them, yeah, unless you block them, they can always reconnect with you later.
Yeah, but is it worth the time and effort in reconnecting to them or disconnecting? That would take some time. Has Vivica noticed that there is actually some benefit in taking the time to unfollow people? Because that seems like just a task, like vacuuming the carpet or mowing the lawn or cleaning the car. Is it
It is.
it's a
Absolutely.
I think it's worth it
Absolutely.
because I think it goes back to it's no different than you start to get, and I think I'm getting more now than ever before. I get these, I'll call them spam emails, not even, connection requests where I get an email from, some company or somebody like, "Oh, we want to help you get leads." It's like, where in anything that I'm posting am I saying I'm looking for help with leads? And then they're like, "Oh, and if you wanna, don't wanna hear from us, reply." It's like, why do I need to reply back when I didn't ask you to send me anything to begin with? That becomes block and spam. And I think,
and they are connections. So that's
well, not necessarily, because some of this comes off your website, some of this comes off of, other things that, links that, because it's so easy to find us these days. Your email is probably out there somewhere on social and you didn't even realize it. So they're just sending a uninvited, email that you're not even on an email list from. Or you might have companies selling your list that you were on for some reason. But I think, to America's point, even if you just say, "You know what? Every week I'm going to remove 10 people that don't do anything for me or that is just no longer aligned with what I'm doing." You're not connected really anyway other than by
yeah.
a platform. So what's the damage?
It's a bit like cleaning out the spare room, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you really need that pair of golf shoes you used to use in your 20s? Do you really need that CD player that you haven't used for like 3 years? Do you really need all that vinyl that you haven't played for like 20 years? Maybe you could give it to your friends. Maybe you might start using it again. I've got all these cassettes. I just cannot bring myself to get rid of cassettes. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, 1988. The original, in mint condition. I can't bring myself to get rid of it, but I never listened to it. When was the last time you listened to a cassette? Good example. Sometimes it is good to cleanse. Do you do that sometimes, Layla? And have you met Jim? Let me just first of all introduce you to Jim. He's a dude. He's in Atlanta. So on the other side and down a bit, have you met Jim? And do you do a bit of a cleanse of your LinkedIn or your spare room from time to time, Layla?
Yes, I do. And nice to meet you, Jim. I'm actually in Vancouver, Canada.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to connect. You know what? I have to say, I've been looking into it, and Layla is I think, a bit more harsher. I just block. I just like, if you said something that's just not aligned with who I am, or you send me things that just makes no sense, you're pitching things, I don't even know you, all these random stuff, what I've noticed is when I let it go, it seems like it changes my feed or my analytics for my platform or my community on LinkedIn, and then I started seeing all these like people selling things or trying to pitch things, and it's just not in my circle whatsoever. So I usually block, and just to help see if things get better. And I would say actually the past few weeks, my feed is actually making more sense related to the content or the things that I enjoy reading or looking at.
Okay.
So I think America is onto something about that. I'm starting to see a difference, but I just block. Yeah.
And to take what she's saying a point further, in agreement is, I recently had an actual conversation, with a good friend of mine, Mitch Jackson, who's a lawyer that posts a lot on Substack, especially on things going on here in the U.S. And I kind of asked him, it's like, what do you do about kind of what Layla's talking about? These people that you're just like, God, I can't. He goes, once you start blocking them, it's like the algorithm stops feeding you the garbage, and even though you think like, oh, I'm gonna start, it's like, no, it actually cleans things up. And I've started to notice that. After him and I talked, I went through it specifically on Facebook to start, and I was like, okay, I'm blocking this person. I just don't care. Right? I mean, because none of us deserve to be abused for our views on things. Because I don't do that to other people. It's kind of like, if you don't like what somebody says, just, move on by, or just block them if you don't want to see it. But you don't have to sit there and try to prove, that you're right and they're wrong, because that's just never going to work on social media. So I think there's a lot to that. And I think from a business perspective, especially on, like LinkedIn, it's that, yeah, I've got all these connections that it's like, I never hear from them, and I'm not necessarily reaching out to them, but at some point we connected, whether it was virtually, whether it was we met at some networking event, but it's like, is it doing anything other than I have X number of connections? Who cares?
Yeah. It's very interesting to hear this secondary, because I must admit, America, I thought, this is a very bizarre strategy. I've never heard of this before, and here comes Bez to talk about it. I've never heard of this before, but if Vivica von Rosen, who was listed as one of the world's leading experts on LinkedIn, advocates this, then there's something in it. Now, Bez, big story. Jim is speaking, and I know he lives in your town. America was speaking, and we have heard from the grapevine that Vivica von Rosen now advocates unfollowing people. And I know this is sort of hitting a nerve, but and you're just joining for the first time. We've been actually going for 3.5 hours. I'm not going to try and catch up. But mate, first of all, tell us how you're doing, and Jim, have you got around to having a chat?
Oh yeah, I've we know some same people, and we've gotten on
on a video meeting, and he's a dear friend, and yes, doing well. Just been busy, and yeah, I guess, you can unfollow people. I mean, it just depends what you want to do, but I sort of subscribe to the philosophy of there's magic in the weak ties. So somebody outside of your network may lead you to something that is pretty cool. So, I mean, everybody's different with what they're trying to do with LinkedIn. And if you're worried about metrics, you might want to do that. If you're looking for possibilities that you're not even aware exist, sometimes you never know, that person you're connected to may lead you to maybe that weak tie to another network. So I'll just land
Well,
it
let me
there.
pick up on this because Vivek and Ron Rosen has written an article and now advocates consciously and deliberately unfollowing the dead wood. Can you pick up on that, Jim? Can you expand on what she's doing there? Because it's a fascinating process that I've never heard talked about before, and it really picks up on what America is doing naturally. What is the strategy there?
Well, I think, and I can't necessarily speak for her, but what I gather from what I saw her talk about specifically was, and it makes a lot of sense, is she's now in a different season in her career and her life. And so these people that she was connected with when the company she worked for, that was the focus with LinkedIn, um, is no longer, uh, you know, no longer a priority. So if you want to call it, I think she even might have said this, Americo, you can correct me if you remember it too. It's like, I'm no longer like looking to be connected with the tech bros. I don't need that. That was like a lot of her audience was these men, and it's like that's not what she's trying to do now. So it's like she's not trying to get these people to, do X, Y, and Z on LinkedIn. So it's like, why is this person connect with me? They're not adding any, value to her, currently. So it's like, why continue to have them out there?
Mm.
And by doing that, by lessening her, connection follower count, she's seeing I think it's the Bruce 360 algorithm with LinkedIn is, I guess you could say rewarding her,
Yeah.
and that she's getting more engagement with the stuff that she is putting out there.
So that's what I'm asking because I consciously on Facebook, I do this as an experiment. I go through and there's a particular procedure, but you can say snooze for 30 days, unfollow. Why? Doesn't connect with my interest. Gone. And then suddenly I don't see this toxic content from this person anymore. And then suddenly my feed actually is more interesting. And I guess if you take that principle and take it to LinkedIn and you're getting more interesting content from people that are interested in what you're interested in, then that actually makes a lot of sense because there's only so many hours in the day and we can get a bit bogged down on rubbish, can't we?
Absolutely.
It's worth. I did invite Vivica today
Yeah, and
because she
along with
loves Substack. She loves it.
I purposely start to now unfollow, just not only the people who are no longer aligned with me in the vertical that I find myself in or adjacent verticals, but those who continue to try to gamify content and reach. Like every time I come across a poll or clickbait that has hundreds upon hundreds of comments, or a poll about favorite pizza toppings, like, listen, if that's still part of your strategy, I want no association to it because this is no longer relevant for me. And I've seen my SSI climb, and I know SSI, many will say, well, kind of just shrug it off because it's LinkedIn's form of gamification. But now that my number of followers are starting to improve in terms of relevance, my SSI is starting to improve. But not only that, when I look at and try to associate that to the live streams that I'm scheduling, I now have a pool of relevant members that I can reach out to. So I lean on my community for my organic shows. And if I'm sending out invites by geography, so if I'm sending, um, I'm hosting or shedding a spotlight for someone in a particular state, I'm going to start in that state. I'm going to invite all my connections in that particular state, and then I'm going to reach out to all my connections in the particular industry or the subject matter that we're going to talk about, so that I bring relevant people to the conversation. And by virtue of cleaning up those who are no longer relevant or no longer engaging, when I send out those invites, I'm starting to see my RSVPs improve, and people are starting to participate and engage both live as well as in the replays.
So, no, that's good stuff, America. Looking at Vivica's profile, and she has 47,000 followers. So she's probably at that 30,000 connection request. So it makes sense for her to like, hey, who do I, drop? And I'll give you Hala from Yap Media. She has quite a bit too. Thing is, hey, if we engage, I might put you in. And past I've engaged with her stuff, and somehow I got in. Okay, so we've engaged in the DM, but yeah, it makes sense to drop people off if, like, let's say you're at that and those people that are like you said, dead wood. That's easy, right? Let other people you want in, and I'm trying to think. She associate a texting of or text expander type of product before Vivica. I'm looking at her profile, just
I
getting
think there was a period
there.
of time where she was involved with that. Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. I don't. Oh yes, Van Gresso. I remember. So I know. I don't know the founder, but I'm just gonna leave it there. He's interesting, and when I say interesting, sometimes that means not so nice. So I'll just leave it there. But I can see that that was a whole different crowd she used to be connected with. So, hey, she's I look at her profile, she's very clear what she's doing and what she wants to do. I'm like, okay, maybe she was getting the tech bros. And I'll say this, LinkedIn is very different for us guys than it is for women. Women get some really weird messages and stuff. I've heard horror stories and stuff. And if you ever see somebody saying, hey, LinkedIn's not a dating site, and you're wondering what that means, it's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, women do get some crazy stuff in their DMs, and it's not very uplifting of the men that do that.
Yeah, it's not great, I have to say. That hence also the blocking feature is great for that. And I use it
So
quite a
you've
bit
experienced
for-
yourself.
Yeah. And surprisingly, from certain groups, it doesn't matter the title, but it's just very off. Like, it's just like, you know what? Initially, I was like, yeah, sorry, I'm not interested. And people's like, why are you even doing that? I'm like, but I'm an HR, I'm professional. It's like, well, they're not professional. So I'm like, you're right, because as HR and me, and I just block now. I just don't entertain those conversations. I mean, that's just it's just super inappropriate. And also, I don't want to have my feed and my my analytics to start becoming just only that. So, yeah, it's weird.
See, us guys have no idea like what the women go through, and it's different.
Do men don't
So
experience it like, I don't know, maybe if women doing it to men? It's not really much of a thing.
Let's not kid
shoot, I don't
ourselves.
experience
There
any of
are
that.
people
Like,
soliciting. There are people soliciting men here, but that's a whole other conversation, a whole other persona reaching out to men because
yeah, and they're
those get
usually
blocked
they
as well.
want you to go to WhatsApp. Yeah, they want you to
Yes.
go to WhatsApp, and they don't show their face, or they show their back. And like, is this even a real person? They have 25 connections, and yeah,
They
I
usually
don't even pay attention to those anymore.
they usually Asian women. Yeah. I've just moved to New York, but I'm from Singapore, and I would love to connect on WhatsApp. Well, I don't use WhatsApp. Well, I don't use LinkedIn. Well, there's nothing. We've got nothing in common. Sorry. Bye bye.
But
That's what you're talking about, is it, Bez?
Yes.
Yeah. So
That's the one.
I don't know where that's going. I don't know where it's going. I actually got this is deep in, so I haven't even told Carol this. I got solicited on Substack 2 weeks ago. Hey,
on Substack,
Oh, yeah?
really? Wow.
on Substack, the way the conversation went was, I noticed that you liked my comment. What do you like about it? Oh, well, I like supporting creators. I'm a poet. Did you read my poem? No, but I appreciate that you're using Substack. How are you using it? Can I just ask how old you are? No, you can't. Are you married? Yes, I am. She says, well, I was really hoping because you liked my post that you'd be single and that we could go out tonight. It's a big jump.
Wow, that's something else.
Didn't you like that post with me in the bikini? Oh, I didn't see that. No, don't ask me that question. Please, that's my wife's home. We've been together 35 years. I didn't see that post. I liked your poem.
Yeah.
Is that what you're sort of saying? I mean, that's never happened to me before, but it's like, well, look, I can't find a boyfriend and you'll do. I don't care that you're old. Just, have you got any money? Can we go out? You know, no. So look, it must happen, and it certainly would happen in reverse. But Jim, like you've been in the game a long time. You would have seen this happen a lot with all of our friends who are women at those conferences. They just come in, like Rebecca and maybe Madeline even. You know, they would get it all the time, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and I think and I've seen what you're talking about as well, Keith, especially, and I've had a couple weird ones like that on Substack where it's like they follow you and then it's like they start like, "Hi, how?" It's like, you don't have any content for me to even comment on, and so it's kind of like, why am I going to respond? And I just think it's very very bizarre that but I guess maybe that's the next step in dating apps. I have no idea, but it's just very bizarre to me that people are behaving that way. And but I think it's definitely worse for women. I mean, I've never been solicited on LinkedIn, but I definitely have female friends that have. And and I think that's part of the challenge with this, because you don't even know if they're a real person. I mean, you talk about the whole catfishing and everything else, but I did want to kind of go back to something that Bez brought up, which I think is also a change in things is, yeah, sure, you can have 30,000 connections on LinkedIn, but does that really matter anymore? And does that, because that gets into vanity metrics, and how do you know these 30,000 people? I mean, I think it's I can't remember the law. I don't know if it's Dumfries, but it's like you can only truly be connected with a very, I'll say, small amount of people. So if I got 30,000 quote unquote connections on LinkedIn, how well do I really know them? I mean, even if you try to, connect with 5 of them a day, you're gonna, hit 1,500 to 2,000 a year. So that's just my perspective. I don't on a platform like LinkedIn, I'm not so much worried about, when am I going to hit the 30,000? I almost feel like that's a thing of the past in some aspects. Like I don't sit there and say, oh, this person's got 50,000 connections, so I need to connect with them, because are they going to have time for me? It's kind of like back in the days of Twitter.
Yeah.
You have these, if you want to call it, big influencers that have millions of followers, but they're only following a handful back. So why follow them? They're not going to connect with you unless you get lucky.
Do you know
So
Jason?
I use it a little bit different.
You go,
Real
mate.
quick.
Sorry, you go.
I use it a little bit different. Okay. I use it a little bit different, Jim, because I'm a recruiter, right? Recruiters, some of us who got to the 30,000, and I never had that problem, but I have recruiter friends of mine that had to set up two, before they had the followers, two separate LinkedIn profiles. Because we develop pipelines of talent, right? And those can add up. We don't know them, but they can be. If we're connected, we can get messages to them. Because if you're not connected to them, you can't readily. It's a little bit more difficult, right? And then when you're connected to them, I believe you can download their information into a CSV file. I don't believe you can download followers, not from what I understand. So there is some use cases for that. Do I know absolutely not. You're 100% right on that. But I'm, especially if I'm recruiting, I may be focusing on 1,000 people that I'm trying to figure out who in that bunch. And so they eventually may make it over to my connection request. Not all of them, but maybe a good percentage of them, right? And then later in the future. And so, I've been doing this for 30 years and I still haven't reached 30,000 because I didn't really do much with LinkedIn. In the early days, I used the tool LinkedIn Recruiter, and it made me lazy on building my own LinkedIn profile. It wasn't until when I got laid off that I was like, dude, I only have 2,800 and my LinkedIn profile sucks. And that I started to get intentional. And even then, I don't have a lot of time to really do a lot with LinkedIn. I do it whenever I can. So, there you go.
I love it. Do you know Jason Bunsen and Beaker? Jim, do you know that story? It's a little bit outside your realm.
I do know him from Twitter. Yes.
Yeah. So Jason connected with me again yesterday after about 5 years, and he now makes enough money from his pet related influencer posts he is actually making more money than he is getting a day job in the city his city, Red Deer, Alberta, as a teacher. He could, if he wanted to, quit his day job and make more money than he does teaching. Right? But what he says, to your point, is that most of the time, every single day, a pet-related brand, and sometimes not related brand, would come in and say, well, you've got 200,000 followers. Can you promote my next dog food product? Well, I don't know. What's in it? Well, you don't need to know what's in it. I'm going to give you $1,000. Yeah, well, I'm not just taking your money because you're a related product. What's in it? Is it good for dogs? And he says that every day, parts of his day are fielding these emails. You've got 200,000 followers. We were prepared to pay you $1,000 for every time you advertise our product. And that weakens your brand, and it sort of stymies the whole process. Imagine if every 10th post was an ad for dog food. I mean, I'd stop doing that post. So it's very interesting. Some people are still, and I'm probably still, in that numbers game, right? Because best case scenario, I'd like people to send me stuff. The Zoom, what is it called now? The Zoom P4 Next, or the Zoom P8. Today, someone on the call had a Zoom L8. I would love to test that. So some companies think about numbers, and but your Amazon account wouldn't be based technically on numbers. How do you do your Amazon show, and how does that work? You simply an affiliate, and you get paid when they buy stuff. It's not directly related to Amazon.
Well, I'm in the influencer program, and I have been for about 6 years now. Me and my friend Chris Stone, we share the brand Dealcasters, and so we've built it over time by one, creating product videos that went on the Amazon pages, and then brands seeing our content reaching out to us. That's why, like I have a relationship with Shure Microphone, and so that's, but that hasn't been, I mean, it's been intentional that, yeah, we would have loved to work with them. We got the opportunity to, and but then we also take that content and we put it on YouTube as, demos. So, but it's very, it's very tech specific stuff. But I don't necessarily sit there on, LinkedIn. It's like, oh, I need to connect with all these people, because we actually, and this is going to probably sound crazy, we do this Amazon thing because it's fun for us. It's not like our day job. It's something we do in addition to what we do as, uh, you know, basically, video producers for businesses and helping them get their message out, whether it's live or recorded. So that's more of what we're focused on. And so the show is just a way for us to show our creativity, to have, interesting guests. And it's just like every other platform. Amazon has changed how they do things. When we used to go live on Amazon in the early days, we went live on Black Friday. We had 10,000 people watching us. And now you're lucky if you get 50. And that's because they changed their algorithm. They changed what they want to show people. And they can't, even keep their own thing straight. How much of it's going to become, they're going to use AI to be their live shows because, they've got that kind of a pocketbook. Because guess what? Then they don't have to pay us for the affiliate links if they can get people to do it off of AI. So I think that's part of it. I mean, I understand Bez's perspective as a recruiter. I think sure there's going to be people, are going to recruit you. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but every once in a while, right, you get that recruitment like, hey, we're starting a new franchise and maybe you'd like to become a part of it. And it's like, once again, what in my content, what I say about myself or what I do says that I'm looking to pay money to be a part of a franchise. But, it's almost like cold calling. You're gonna take some swings and maybe they'll get a hit once in a while, but that's not my business model, and that's not what I wanna be involved in, where I'm at in
You
life.
said something very interesting though, Jim. You said that it was fun. Now that's why it's working, because you love doing it. If someone had taken your model and said, look, I want someone to send me stuff, I'm going to make videos every day, but I fucking hate it. I hate it, but I'm just doing it. I'm gritting my teeth. I'm doing the work. Wouldn't work because they don't want to do it. You want to do it for fun. You're having fun. And because you're having fun, you're getting a result as almost like a side project. You would do it anyway, wouldn't you? Because you love doing it. You might
Yeah,
stop.
because we've all, I'm sure, get asked by people, "Hey, how do I," "Hey, can you give me," I mean, I was telling what microphones they could consider using even before we became a part of the program, right? You just wanna help people get better at whatever their craft is. So, that's how I think I've always kinda looked at it, and so, "Oh, I can actually, make a little extra money without it costing you, the person that's gonna buy something extra, yeah, why not? It's not gonna hurt anything." Um, so yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I enjoy helping people, get better with these things. So yeah, it fits right into that.
And your friend Billy, Bez, would be the same. He loves making those videos, doesn't he? He just loves it. He does it all day. What do you think? Your friend Billy
Billy
loves
Thorpe, yeah, I know Billy.
Billy
his
Thorpe.
videos? Yeah. He loves doing it. And if he loves doing it, then it's not work. It's not a hassle. It's not quantifiable. It's, well, I'm doing it anyway. I love doing it. And guess what? I just got $200. Oh, that's a bonus. But I love doing it. I like doing these shows. Like, I love doing these shows. I do them for free. But imagine if someone knocked on the door and says, mate, we love what you're doing. Here's a roadcaster. You can test it out. Yep, I can. I'm doing the show anyway because I love doing it, but I'm happy to test out your roadcaster. But if someone said, mate, I want you to make a 2-minute video with your face, 2 camera and 3 cameras in the room with really funky purple lighting, and I'd kick him in the nuts. I mean, it'd make me so angry. I mean, I wouldn't do it because I hate doing it. So the videos wouldn't be very good. I wouldn't enjoy it. No one would buy anything. So it's got to come back from the funness. I think it's got to come back from. You've got to want to do it. Yeah. And a little bit like Vivica, I'm in a different season. I'm retired. I don't even have to get out of bed. I don't. I do, but I don't have to. So every time I get out of bed, I think, what do I want to do today? Do I want to go to the beach? Do I want to do a show? Do I want to go into the city? Do I want to see a band? I can choose. Bloody good position to be in. And so if someone said, oh, mate, I want you to make a video, well, I'm not doing that. I don't want to. So it's got to come back to fun, hasn't it? I love doing these shows. And if someone sees the value, I would love to work with them. They haven't yet, and that's okay because it's got to be fun. I'm a process-driven person, not a results-driven person. I've realized that. I know that's a bad word. I'm a process-driven person. I have to enjoy the process. The results are fun to talk about, but I have to enjoy it. If I don't enjoy it, I can't do it. If it's not fun, don't do it. Jack Canfield. Chicken soup for the soul. It's a principle. As Steve Jobs say, the only way to do good work is to love what you do. It's just a principle. And you're very lucky there, Jim. You love doing them and it's paying off, isn't it?
Yep.
Would you say that's a principle you teach your recruitees? Is that a word? Recruitees? Or do you just go for people that want a job because they need the money? Do you sometimes come across people that do the job because they love it, or are they money driven?
That's a loaded question. It depends. I like to match up people that, I have an opportunity. I know the client well. I know what they're looking for, that you can't get off the job description because it's not there. And then I like to find the person that's a good fit with that leader. And so, sort of a little bit of art and science. And, but some people are driven by money, but here's the thing. While that is a factor, studies after studies show that if you pay people at least a fair wage for what they do, that money typically isn't, maybe it's between 3 and 5 on the list. There's some other things more important, usually, do I like my boss factor, so there's other things that in a lot of studies show that money isn't the top. Now, typically the younger you are, the money will rise a lot higher to the top because, they're their way in the world. And, think about when you were younger, it was all about the bag, as many marbles as you can. But along the way, when people say jump and you value. So, yep.
I love this discussion. It's an extremely good discussion to have because I can't generalize for Australians, but we work to live. We don't live to work. Once we get enough, we've got enough and we stop. We have the weekend off. We go out on a Friday night. We have a few beers. We don't work to live. We do not. And I had this conversation with a few people, but when you need the money, you need the money, and that's different. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Layla from a perspective, and then I'll bring Zakia in. There's a really cool restaurant here called Zyka. A really good Indian restaurant, Zakia, which is in Hindi for taste. So you're a tasteful person. So I keep calling you Zyka, but really, so I'll bring you in a minute, just in case you're wondering why I keep getting your name wrong. But Layla, you're in HR, and do you come across people that just take the job for the money, or are you more interested in working with people that want the job because it's a fit?
I mean, Bez mentioned stated a couple of really valid points, and especially for recruiters, I'm not necessarily a recruiter. I'm more like a business partner. I do everything except much recruitment. I do trust my team in the recruitment side, but the thing is, what I think it's important, either age group, but I think it's finding the right fit. And Bez really, I think, because he works in recruitment, that relationship, because he has a relationship with these leaders, he knows them, they trust what he has to say and bringing candidates. So finding the right fit for the right leader, it's super important because these are your people, they trust you. I would say that definitely money, it's part of the conversation, but tell me one person in this world who doesn't work for a paycheck, because you have to live and pay your bills. So we try to balance things out in a way that, is this person going to be a right fit? Meaning, are they going to fit well in the organization, the team? Is it going to be the right leader for who they are, where they're at? Is the person going to be a good addition? Is it going to be positive? So we look at so many areas of even the growth of the organization, which would they be a good fit for where the organization's getting next in the next year or two? We're introducing new implementation of new program, new strategies, new business, new service, new products. Is this person going to fit in there? So I would say there's the vetting process, and I would say good recruiters are able to figure out this person, where they're going to be, how they are, who they are, when they're really well experienced, and you kind of want to find the right person. And salary, well, yeah, if you offer them a salary that they live in a city that rent is over $2,000 and you pay them $45,000, it's not going to work out. So this conversation does happen, but the higher you go, obviously salary goes up based on experience and education. But it's really, I think it's important for people to be more intentional about hiring and recruiting the right people, because when they come in, if it's not the right fit, and Bez probably have seen that a lot, it does create a lot of chaos in the new team, the leader, the whatever they're working on. If they're not the right people, it shows very quickly. And then you start having high turnover because some people is like, well, you know what? I don't be working with this kind of people. And you have people like sometimes resigning because you brought in the wrong leader. So we got to vet the people a bit more and making sure that we hire more with intention and with the right purpose in mind.
Wow. Zakia, I'm going to bring you in for two reasons. One is
Yeah, I love what you just said there.
you go, Bez. Tell me what you're thinking.
No. I just said
What are you
I
thinking,
love what she said
Bez?
there. So that's it. Yeah, I just said I love what Layla was saying.
I'm going to send
Yeah,
this
that's
to
all.
everyone. I'll bring Jim in on.
I like hearing that multiple times. Thank you, Bez. Thank you, Keith. It's so nice. I'm just being silly, but it's funny. No, it's and anybody, when you have these relationships, because I think more and more with all this technology, our relationships are getting more important. Those connections, the trusting relationships, we gotta nurture them as much as we can right now. And I think we're all craving more authenticity and real people.
Yeah. Zakia, two things. One is, let me know what you did there. I'll share what you did. It was unbelievable. Because we've done a lot of talking about AI and all sorts of things. But second of all, I don't know if you remember working with the man. You probably haven't had to work for the man for years because he's such an awesome person. You've just gone past it. What do you think? When you worked for the man, when you had to work for a paycheck, did you do it for the paycheck, or were you lucky enough to have a job you loved?
It was definitely a job that I loved, but I was paid well. My very first job, I had a really good manager, And I came out of college thinking that I was going to make like millions of dollars, which was like just crazy. And she told me at that time, well, I can't pay you millions of dollars, but I can give you an experience that you'll take for the rest of your career. And that really stuck with me, and she stayed true to her word. Everything that she taught me, I still use today in business. But in terms of your original question, I've always had careers that I loved, and I was paid well for them.
Oh, that's a double whammy. Why'd you leave?
Well, I was going to be paid more being out on my own. I proved it to myself first when I replaced my annual salary in 3 months as an entrepreneur. And that was the only reason I jumped out of the window.
I love this discussion, especially given that Bez has a very cool new product, a new idea. Have you heard of Bez's idea of making $1 million in 2 years? You could probably help him with that. Have you heard of that masterclass? You could probably be a coach or a sort of a mentor for that.
I don't think I would ever do where I tell, because here's the thing. We can give people the framework, but we have to release ourselves from their outcomes, because I can give everybody the same exact blueprint and every outcome is going to be uniquely different because they're going to put their own sauce on it or not. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, but I always get intrepid when I hear guarantee that I can make you a millionaire.
So let me
I think
qualify that. Qualify that real quick. So mastermind. So we're not coaching. So there's a difference. The what Keith is talking about is, I'm working with somebody. We're trying to put where we're actually designing the mastermind as we speak, actually creating a separate organization because we both have our own businesses. And so that's right now we're going through the hard discussion of the operating agreement or the founders agreement, even before we incorporate, because if we can't get through that exercise, what's the point? I mean, because we've worked quite extensively on designing what the future looks like, in a few, probably we've been working this since December, and it's a little bit slower because we both have other things to do, but we want to do this right. So far, the vibe is good, but now with the tough discussion is we stopped, said we better have this discussion before we keep doing this. But it is a mastermind, and the whole goal of it is to get the right people in the room that are on the same journey. And we are not going to coach you because I'm there with you, Zakia. A mastermind is a whole different ball game in I define it. And but we're hoping to get the right people in the room that are on that same journey and are either intentional or they want to get intentional. And we're there helping each other. We're equals, right? So that's a little bit different than coaching, because I do run a career coaching as a secondary stream of income for me. And you're right, Zakia, even in those environments, I don't ever promise anybody anything. And then at the same time, I tell them they've got to do the work. And there you go. Back to you, Keith.
All right. Yeah.
I'm playing around with that graphic. I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited. What did you do?
Well, here's the thing. It's not a high quality image. It's just pressing one button in Meta. So Keith had shared a screenshot of all of us on the stage. And what I did was I just clicked on Edit with Meta AI. And as soon as you do that, you have some predefined styles. But again, this is that you can't just go and publish it immediately, because when it's that small, it looks good. But if you blow that up, I'm not sure that it looks as good. Like the content is a little more fragmented and all of that. So, yeah.
I think this is actually, Jim, this is a very good lead. I don't know if you know this, but Zakia has an amazing 9-part series about AI coming up. You probably don't need this, but you may need people who do, and I'm very happy to recommend it, even though I'm probably haven't got the brain power to do it. Can you tell me a bit about your AI course that you've got coming up? Because I know it starts soon, and maybe we'll get a few of our buddies to give you a bit of a push along. What's coming up?
Oh, for sure. So the AI Summit is coming up this Friday. I originally created it because I was answering the same questions from business owners on they were just getting very confused on all of the various AI tools. You would hear ChatGPT, you would hear Descript, all the different tools. And what I realized is most of them don't have an orientation or the right use case for what they want to use AI for. And so the plan with this 9-part series is to orient business owners on the various use cases and where it makes sense for their business. And then they walk away with business assets that they can use, not a prompt library on put this in and get that out. So they'll be doing graphic creation, video creation, business strategy, kind of expanding what it is that they're planning on doing or what they're already doing with a different lens and revenue as a part of that. So it's done over 9 weeks. It's 100% virtual, and I'm really excited about it.
Put the link in here, and we'll. Do you have a need for this, Jim, or can you give Zakia a bit of a push along here? Do you know mates of yours that need AI, or do you teach that yourself?
Oh, I definitely don't teach it. I don't really have anyone personally in mind because most of using AI are probably using it at a higher level than me. I mean, I use a product called Magi that's got a dashboard of I think it's 40 to 50 AI tools for one subscription. Of course, now you've got all the issues going on because of the recent decision here, at least in the US, where Claude / Anthropic refused to go with the demands of our Department of Defense as far as what they wanted their AI to possibly do. And so, which I respect and makes me more of a Claude fan. And then, Chat GPT or OpenAI went ahead and accepted that. So now you got this whole thing, at least here in the US, where people are like, well, I'm not going to support Chat GPT anymore because they're basically going to allow the Department of Defense to use AI to create products that could potentially kill people without human intervention. And that's a pretty bad thing. So, I would, yeah. So I mean, I know it's a little bit off, but I think that's part of the challenge with AI is it changes so much. I think it's great what Zakia is doing this week, but as she could probably tell you, a month from now it's going to change. Like even Gemini just released a new feature that, or at least I got access to it because I have Google paid workspace, where now I can talk to the AI just like you could with the Chat GPT thing, and it'll answer my questions, and I can pick what I want the voice to sound like. So I can now have a conversation with my AI. So it's really, I think you have to ultimately know, like, what is it that you want it to actually do for you.
And that's exactly what you're talking about, isn't it, Zakia? The first step is almost like a why AI? Why are you doing this? Are you just doing this because everyone else is doing it, or have you got a goal in mind? It must be a very foundational idea that maybe a lot of people haven't thought of.
It is. And if you think about, I think the best use case, and I need to grab that snippet where Lynn was saying on one of these shows, and she did sign up for the summit afterwards, which was great. She said, everybody's saying I need to use whatever the tool was. And then I asked her, I said, well, what do you need it for? I don't know. People are just saying I need it. So that's the biggest, well, one of the biggest things. And to Jim's point, the technology and the tools change almost daily and weekly. And that's why we don't start with the tools. We start with that orientation of understanding what it is that people are trying to accomplish. And if they only learn a platform, they're going to be stuck when it updates. But if you learn how to use AI to clarify, create, and decide, it makes you adaptable no matter what the tool does or what it is. And you can just plug and play the way you need it. So that's what we really focus on. Tools are secondary. We don't even look at tools until week 3 of the program.
And is there a lot to think about? I mean, it's a very good point. I would never have thought of that. I mean, is there a lot to think about?
There is. Well, it depends. The biggest thing that you have to understand is who your brand is and how does the AI use that to extract and create content on your behalf so that it doesn't sound like something that was generic. So have you created a brand Bible? That's what I call it. Not a religious Bible, but a brand Bible so it understands your tone, your style, what it is that you offer, who your target customer is, what their pain points are, some of those things. But then understanding what are those tasks that you actually do in your business. I saw a lot of people creating those caricatures, wasting a lot of water with creating those caricatures. However, it was just a nice thing to do, and you were just adding more noise to social media. But if you didn't have a plan for why you were doing it, it was just like, oh yeah, I did it too. But if you were using it as a brand strategy to introduce a product, that might have changed it a little bit differently. If you had systems in place, that would have changed it as well.
It's a very good point because I've seen people who have said, I couldn't resist. I got to do it. I'm looking for one. Bez did one for me. It looks unbelievable. Looks unbelievable. Is it? Did you use Chat GPT for that, Americo? Do you remember? Sorry, Bez, you did that, didn't you? This one, you're talking about this,
Yeah.
aren't you? Okay, you're talking about this sort of thing. Everyone's doing one.
Yeah,
Everyone,
but that's a great
I use
example. Yeah, that's a great example because it speaks Keith Keller. Like I can see the kangaroos and the down under. So that's appropriate use of AI to push the brand further. Does that make sense? Like it's not just, oh, this is a cute graphic with nothing to do with it. It makes sense. And it continues to perpetuate what we see and hear when we don't actually see you on these streams, but I could imagine if I were to come to Australia, that might be what it looks like, but maybe not quite. But yeah,
we've got
it
kangaroos.
works well.
I've got a pet kangaroo that just
I
loves me.
thought you did.
Yeah, I've got a pet koala and an emu that looks like a dinosaur. So, I mean, this is a very good point because I didn't do this, but I saw a lot of people in the prompt was, I couldn't resist. Everyone else is doing it, so why not? You know, and then you think, well, that was a cutesy little picture that I've seen 17 other times today, but good on you for doing your version. There's nothing wrong with it, I guess, but as you said, it does suck up a lot of resources. What's your take on that sort of the sustainability element of that? The sustainability element of AI, is it? Are we kidding ourselves? Are we sort of pushing ourselves towards extinction by playing with all these toys?
I think the jury is still out on that. I think they're still figuring that part out. So I try not to just do images or leveraging the tools just because I see it being popular. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think we talk about this a lot. Carol loves travel, but I said, well, how do you justify traveling if you love the environment? You know, we live so far away, we got to catch a plane everywhere, and that must be throwing a lot of shit in the air. How do you justify that? Oh, well, it's only once a year. I don't mind. Okay, well, there it is. There's your answer. Because we got to live, right? We got to do things. We're human beings. We can't just sit in a chair all day. We can't just even sitting on the couch watching Netflix sucks up a little bit of power. So we got to be sensible with it. But some of this stuff is pretty mind numbing, and it does take up a lot of resources. So anyway, I really, really, really want to push this AI course for you because I know people need it. And so keep sending me that link, and I'll keep sending it out. Is anyone here going to that And does anyone here have some ideas about what they want to do with AI? Bez, if you do go to this course, what would you learn from it? What do you want to learn from it?
I always learn from Zakia. I'm going to go to it, by the way. And Zakia, I mean, no matter what, just being in the conversation, sometimes you learn different perspective, different use cases, and sometimes it's good just to slow down and like, hey, let's get some fundamentals out of the way and get them down. But yeah, and I'm a big fan. I do the 1 Million Cups, which is an entrepreneur community, and in Georgia they just started the third one, Jim. Like they call it North Atlanta. So they just started one. So you might be near that one. So, but I think I love what she's doing with this summit and AI and entrepreneurs. Like it's very apropos. I see so many business owners and entrepreneurs, especially up here where I live, that about a year ago they were thinking AI is evil, like, and I hope they don't think that now because they've been using it and they don't even know it. But even a lot of business owners, they don't realize that it can help them as a tool, even a basic tool, right? But Zakia mentioned something the other day that sometimes people don't even have their processes mapped out, and that's why they're showing up exhausted. And she gave I think it was last night, she gave a good example of a business owner, and she asked the right question and unpacked the whole thing. And then she asked another question, and then she made a song for them, and that it unlocked something in that person's mind, and they came out with all the ideas. And there's Zakia was asking good questions, prompting here and there, and before you know it, the client, the entrepreneur, is coming up with all sorts of great ideas. So I love that story you shared last night about the hot dog stand.
Oh, the
That
hot
was
dog
pretty cool.
lady. Yeah. Yeah. That was cool. And that was the first time I saw it in a human interaction where the light bulb went off. So one thing I don't necessarily like about this is you can't see the reaction, and we're trying to hear the pause or the or the oh, I never thought of that. Sitting face to face with her where she thought she needed one thing and we were able to really uncover it and create that confidence for her to go ahead and do it herself, creating agency for a person instead of despair and hopelessness in a business that they were once really, really excited about.
I think it's a massive idea. I reckon 4.5 hours. My highest score in this platform is 5 hours. I don't even tell my wife anymore. She just can't believe me. But there's never any shortage of things to say. There's never any shortage of things to talk about. What I might do is I might give everyone a chance to wrap up what they've learnt today and what they've got coming up. Tell us what you're doing and how we can help. I've decided that the way that I'm going to do these shows is that on Tuesdays there'll be a social audio sound check beginners thing, because they've got quite a lot of beginners in the Facebook group we're doing for this. And then on Wednesdays it'll be a social audio tech check, which will be a chance to try things like Americo's cool gadget, or a bit of tech that we've got floating around that we want to try, or any other number of tech things that are just so cool. So what I'll do is I'll give everyone a chance, but tomorrow we do have our first social audio tech check. So new, I haven't even got a song yet. I might just make it up as I go. But Jim, you go first. I know you're very busy there. What do you think are the main points that you've learned tonight? But more importantly, what do you got coming up and how can we support you?
Well, I mean, I've got a couple of speaking opportunities coming up. I'll be speaking at the Digital Summit hosted by Alec Johnson the week of March 16th. I don't know the exact time I'm going to be speaking yet, but I'll be speaking about Substack. And then in April, I'll be in Dallas at the Military Creator Con, where I'll be speaking about Substack in person on stage. So those are the two, I would say, big things I've got coming up. So I'll make sure I share that stuff on social. So if you're, in the Dallas area, great. Come on out in April. And
It's very cool that you've got a whole discussion on Substack. Are you like me in the sense that you think this is going to be really big? Like this, we are just beginning, aren't we?
yep, absolutely.
Is that what
Absolutely.
you're telling? I mean, I can't go to Dallas.
Well,
so
I think it's more, it's not just that you need to get on Substack, but it's the different use cases for creating a Substack, whether it's for your personal brand, whether it's for a topic that you like. I mean, even using it as, I'll call it the future of local or regional news, because at least what's happening here in the United States with newspapers, they're disappearing. And you could also say even the challenge of getting, if you want to call it credible, validated news out to people is becoming harder and harder. And that's where Substack is giving you an opportunity to do something like that.
share away and I'll share it for you. I got a good following in Dallas. Are you chatting to Kevin Turner? Do you know Kevin? I know he's a big dude in Dallas. Do you know Kevin, Jim?
I don't know if that I do.
Okay. Well, I'll connect. He's like he is probably the LinkedIn dude. Like probably of the dudes that we know, like he is the dude. He's the number one dude. Am I correct, Bez? Do you know Kevin? And would you call him the number one LinkedIn dude? I don't know of anyone else bigger or more experienced than him.
Well, a lot of the LinkedIn people that are really nerdy into it, there's many parts of LinkedIn to dive deep into. What he specializes in is finding stuff in the wild. And sometimes even LinkedIn will come to him and give him a tip, and he has to go investigate it. And he puts out a newsletter. So his name on LinkedIn is, because Kevin Turner is pretty common, is Kevin D. Turner. And if you are wondering if you have the right one, he has the linkedin.com/in/president.
President, like that is just so, and he's got a sort of Billy Gibbons beard. Like he could be a rocker, couldn't he? You could see him on a boat playing lead guitar with the bass player from Deep Purple. I mean, he's a bit of a dude, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I do go to him, and he is in the Dallas area, so he's he does a lot of like I didn't know everyone. Jim, do you remember LinkedIn Audio?
Of course,
Hello?
we remember LinkedIn Audio. It's become Substack Audio. Come on now.
Okay. So LinkedIn Audio, all of us were wondering why it was a horrible product, and none of us really were that sad then when it sunsetted, because remember I don't know if any of you remember, you could be a host and get kicked. I think Keith here got kicked out 7 times in 60 minutes, and he was
12
host.
times. 12 times in
12.
20 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse me. And I was having a conversation with him, and I go, man, what is wrong with LinkedIn? And he said, Bez, what you don't know is that they disbanded the software development team 4 months after they launched the program.
Mm.
And then why were they meeting with the original 100 creators about getting feedback? And then they were roasting LinkedIn because they never did anything. He goes, I don't know. But they disbanded that whole development team 4 months after they launched it. And you just kept, it was an old code base, and it just kept getting worse as other parts of LinkedIn kept getting better. And that's why you guys were getting kicked out. I didn't know that. He knew. But So there, like, if you want to know things about LinkedIn, he puts out a newsletter. So if you follow him, he puts it out through his LinkedIn profile, and you can find out some cool things about LinkedIn if you're interested.
That is very cool. So I've sent you the link to Kevin's LinkedIn page and his business page. So he's a good mate of mine, a relative mate. I haven't met him in person, but I'm sure he'll remember who I am. So if you're there, look him up. He's a bit of a dude. And Bez, what do you got going? What can we help you with? Well, who's that?
Let me see.
You're sitting on a wall.
Well, there's I'll start backwards. I'm still going through that process of the mastermind. It's interesting as I sort of share that we're working on it. I run into people that I say, hey, and I think they might be good. I was like, we're trying to find people that are on that journey for 1 million, and they're like, well, I'm already at 20. I'm like, oh, excuse me. I didn't even know. They're like people in my community, and Jim, you know where I live. Like you never know who's who. And just better be nice to everybody. So it's just really funny. They're like, maybe we need to do a second cohort. But anyways, so working on that, and then working on I do have a career coaching program, and I want to grow that a little bit more, but where I'm really, really focused on this year is my recruiting business. That's the one that's going to get me to the 1 million milestone in 24 months. And I think I can do it before that, but I'm giving myself 24 months.
That's very cool. So yeah, we'll just keep pushing that one for you. What do you think, America? We've jumped around the planet a bit. What do you think of what's happened today, and more importantly, how can we help you?
Well, you started off the evening or the morning, depending where you find yourself, with a wonderful conversation around a Substack. I enjoyed listening to your two guests and hear their thoughts. We learned from callers who joined that keeping it simple strategy is by far one of the best strategies. And I had stories and examples where I myself, buying into the ideology and the methodology of keeping it simple, still found myself overcomplicating things at times. And that's just the way the human brain sometimes works. We had a little stint on speaking corporate language, and how we tend to forget that not everyone understands what we say and when we say it or how we say it. And to kind of cap things off, I'm just beside myself and just ecstatic with how well my school community is coming together. We hit 70 members this morning, and I'm tackling what will eventually be, I would say, a small ticket item to many of the offers that are out there. But I want to meet community members who are stuck in the weeds, trying to create a live content strategy of their own, don't know where to begin, are overwhelmed with tech, are overwhelmed with anxiety of stepping into a hot mic or a camera. So we're building out courses in a learning library, collaboration opportunities, because I really want to keep this as a community and not a hierarchy where I kind of just talk down to everyone. I want everyone to be able to bring their expertise and help share and educate others and bring value to community members within the community. I'll provide some coaching. I'll lean on some expert minds and thought leaders on the tech side, but we're building an ecosystem where everyone who wants to manifest and build a live content strategy, a place where they can come, feel comfortable, ask questions, rehearse, throw their ideas, and get honest feedback before they actually go live. So that's where I'm at. It's been, an average of one a day, which is probably better than the expectations I was hoping. But we're going to keep plugging away. The goal is to get to 100 members who want to be here intentionally and be part of the live-minded community.
I just love that. I just love that. I just love what we're doing for each other. We're all here to help, and we're all really, really into the process. Have I covered everyone? Zakia, can you just tell us one last time where your AI summit is, and I'll get everyone I can to join it for you.
So our AI summit is happening this Friday, March the 6th, and it's 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be a really exciting summit. So if you're new or an early stage business owner and you're tired of guessing how AI fits in your business, the AI for Small Business Virtual Summit is designed for you. I have a couple of other projects, something that may be interesting to some of you here, because I know live streaming is a thing. Hey Stream is a brand new live streaming platform that I'm beta testing. It is an extension of the Hey Summit virtual conference platform, but it is completely integrated. It has the ability to be your virtual conference streaming solution, as well as just for you to be able to live stream right now just to Facebook and YouTube. Additional ones are coming. I have asked them to look at RTMP to be able to stream to Substack. And then my live soap school courses will be starting up again in April. And I'll be speaking at the Lavender Conference in April. So if you know somebody in Virginia who is a lavender lover or a grower, come on down to the Lavender Conference, where I will be speaking on how to make cold processed soap, as well as how to leverage AI for your handmade business.
And how does that site differ from what we're already using? Is it cheaper? Is it better? What does it have that makes it worth trying?
For me, what makes Hey Stream worth trying is I've been on Hey Summit since 2019, and those developers do not quit in terms of constantly innovating with their platform. They are very new. They are not a contender with what we have today with Restream or any of them. I can't even, my brain just StreamYard, any Ecamm, any of those. So it's not a contender for those. But what it has done is it's intentionally built a CRM into the platform. So when people register for your event, you get a landing page for them. They can submit questions ahead of time. So it's really built for the people that are hosting summits or conferences online.
Yeah, okay. So it's
And
very niche. It's good. A lot of people are. So it's a
yeah,
purpose-built site that is it's really geared towards the online summit market, which is a market. That's brilliant. Well, we better do.
online summits, but then also live streaming, because you can use the software just as a live streaming platform to go right now to Facebook and YouTube. But you also get a page on their page. So if you didn't want to, like if you're somebody who constantly gets kicked out of LinkedIn and you didn't have a backup, you could stream to your Hey Stream page and have people come there and watch the stream, and they have the chat and the Q&A and the polling and all of that.
Do they have is it a freemium model? Is a free version to try?
It will be paid. There's no freemium at this point. He opened it up to all of us who currently are subscribers to Hey Summit as his beta testing group.
Oh, that's okay. That a lot of people go straight into the paid model. A lot of this is common too. This is good. We should test it. It's always good to have. That could be something we could do on one of our social audio tech check days. But Bez, you had a question about this, but also about Substack. Bez, did you have a question, or was that an old comment? Testing 1, 2, 3. I'll give you 2 minutes. I'm going to go to a song.
Where's the rooster?
I've got sounds now. I'll do the rooster. Bez said he had a question. If there isn't any questions, going once, going twice, going 3 times.
We lost him.
We lost him. I'll play a song. Substack feels like, actually, I'll play. I don't have a song for the new show. It's
Well, Keith, you didn't tell us what you got from the show.
Wow. You know, one of the things that I've learned fundamentally as a bloke, a guy, and also as a bit of a techie, is that we have a tendency to rattle on about things that the average person has no idea about. And I think we might have lost a friend tonight because Maria, very early in the process, used the phrase "simplicity sells, complexity kills." Right? And a couple of people took exception to that. And I've noticed that as a guy in the tech world, I wouldn't call myself a tech bro, but I noticed that we use a lot of techie terms. And I've been trying to, for lack of a better word, coach a few of my male friends to slow it down a bit. And I think we might have lost a friend tonight out of that. And the truth is that the average person in the street doesn't care how it works. They just want it to work. Right? Yeah. So I'm really quite amazed by this. It's a very good lesson for me. And Maria, she just said it. Simplicity sells, complexity kills. And we had a big discussion about that very early in the show, and turned into a little bit of a shit show. But I think I'm hoping we're going to, all be friends afterwards. But would you agree with that, Zakia, that sometimes techies, guys in particular, can get a little bit heavy with their language and use a lot of acronyms and tech terms and just expect us to keep up?
Yeah, but I don't think it's expecting to keep up. But yeah, I think when you're knee deep in something, it's very easy to assume that everybody knows what you're talking about. But I don't think it's intentional.
No, it's not intentional. And I think, America, you and I have had that discussion too, that the corporate speak can get a little bit overwhelming to the point that you don't even know what you're doing. Yeah, you don't even.
Yeah, at least I can speak for myself, and because I've caught myself and I've been reminded numerous times, like, all right, dude, you are no longer in the boardroom. You gotta dumb it down, just plain language. Remember who you're talking to. You're talking to family and friends now. Not every conversation is a business transaction.
Yeah,
But
I think you're right. And,
when you think about it, that's where we've spent most of our time. And it's almost like an accent. You pick it up and it's hard to relinquish.
yeah, I wanted to share this, and this is probably a good example. We went to this really cool concert, this band called Teenage Dads. They're a bit of a sensation here in Australia. It's pretty amazing. I'd never heard of them, but there was a free concert in the park two suburbs down. We got the train, had a few drinks, went out for tea, and didn't have to drive home. So we saw, okay, well, there's this band playing 9 o'clock, Teenage Dads. We got there early, set up the front, and all these people just invaded. Right. And I found ourselves in a bit of a mosh pit about 9:10, and Carol's thinking, do we want to stick around? We've never heard of these guys. And everyone is singing their songs. Like, they're just singing every word. In fact, sometimes the singer actually stopped singing, and they just, the actual audience carried the load. And they were very, very young kids. Maybe they deliberately targeted teenage boys, because they were all jumping up, and some of them hit me in the ear, and a guy jabbed me in the back, and they trod on Carol's toes, and we're thinking, this is bloody horrible. But when we got up the next day, I was so full of energy that we'd been to see this band, and they were loud, and we had a few drinks. We had a good night out. And Carol said, "Look, I know you're pretty excited, but look, do you want to put a lid on it? I'm not really in the mood to talk. I just woke up." And I said, "Well, okay." So I know what it feels like to want to say something and be cut up at the knees. And I'm looking at the wall going, what am I going to do with all these words I want to say? Do I go outside? Do I just talk to the ducks? This is where I got the phrase "talk to the rooster," because sometimes I go outside and talk to the magpies, because Carol doesn't want to hear what I want to say because she's just woken up. She doesn't want to hear me talking, but I want to talk. So I sat with that for a while and I thought, okay, what can I do? I'm sitting here wanting to talk, but she doesn't want to listen. What do I do with that energy? Because it's an energy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's raw, it's hot. You can't, just doesn't go away. Can't just put a lid on it. So I flipped it and turned it into a blog post. About an hour later, I was chewing on what I wanted to say, turned it into a blog post. I flipped it because my audience didn't want to hear what I had to say in the format that I wanted to do it. I was very angry, but I respected that Carol had just woken up. And I think this is what I was sort of getting at today. If you're a bit of a tech bro and you just keep going on and on and on, and the audience doesn't want to hear it, it's not the audience's fault. It's up to you to adjust. Yeah. And not everyone wants to hear that message. And I'm trying to be polite about it, but I think there's something to be said for this, because what we're doing is beyond the comprehension of a lot of people, and some people just think it's a waste of time. Like, they just cannot comprehend what we're talking about. And it doesn't matter what you say, they're never going to comprehend it. They're not in the zone. They haven't come from our history. Like, one of the things that's very interesting, picking up on what we've said today, is that I still know a lot of people that work in the city, and they just cannot comprehend why anyone would want to work for themselves. They just can't comprehend it. I go to work, I come home, I get paid, I have weekends off. I mean, what is wrong with that, Keith? Yeah, okay, no worries. You spend an hour on a train going into the city with 1,000 other people per carriage at peak hour. That's one thing that's wrong with it. Second of all, you're away from the house for 12 hours. Don't get home till it's dark. That's another thing. And the boss tells you when you have your time off and when you have your lunch break. And if you feel sick, you got to ring up and get a note from your mum. Right? So anyway, I haven't worked for someone since 2006, so I'm a bit biased. But sometimes we have to accept that people have different lifestyles and different learning styles. And this essentially is why I do this show. Like, I get off on having 8 people in the room talking, hopefully in an orderly manner. And I love the idea that it's up to me in a way to moderate that. It's a bit of a responsibility. And sometimes it doesn't always go well. And I think that might have happened a bit earlier today. Hopefully that'll smooth itself out. But it's bloody interesting. So what I've decided from that, and I've had a couple of conversations with people, Tuesdays will be the beginner show. Wednesdays will be the advanced show. Please come to the show that suits you. Don't come and mansplain on the beginner show, and please don't come to the advanced show if you just talk about basics, right? And hopefully that'll solve it, and because people will self-select. Yeah, hopefully. Now, Bez, you're there. If you've got a question, we can run it. We've been going 5 hours. Did you have a question about Substack you wanted to ask us before we go?
Yeah, real quick. I'm trying to do I'm creating a 20-day, what am I calling it? Raise your visibility challenge. I think I changed it to leverage your visibility challenge. And I want people to, in my cohorts, to do over this month, 20 days, where they can do either a video post or an audio. And I think I was asking if anybody here can answer that. I know on Substack you can do a podcast. Does anybody has anybody done that here? Are there any tips or anything I need to be aware of if I want to do a podcast on Substack? And I think they give an RSS feed. Just
Lachelle does that. Lachelle does a
okay.
podcast. She would know. Do you do that, Zakia? Do you do a podcast?
No, I've all but abandoned Substack. I just go and look at stuff. I don't actively participate as a creator.
And you, Americo, you're not doing podcasts. You're mainly doing live streaming, yeah.
No, but you can take your live stream and strip the audio and load it from within Substack and turn it into a podcast.
Yes. When you actually, that's a very good point. When you go into Substack and you say new, it'll ask you for several formats. Do you want an article? Do you want to add a video? Do you want to add a podcast? If you add a podcast, you can add an MP3, probably a WAV file. It will load it on the top. And from what I understand, you just push post, but maybe it even does other groovy things. But if you can load a podcast straight from Substack. I haven't done it. I know Lachelle does it all the time. We'll see if we can get her in and ask that question. But play around with it and see how you go.
Okay.
Does that help?
I'll give that a shot. Yeah.
A non-answer.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done it, but no.
It's okay. I mean, we can. I can. I'm gonna try something, and I think I'm gonna use Substack as my mechanism. Maybe that will help me really get it going. So gotta use something to get my Substack going, and maybe I can even repurpose that content on LinkedIn. Maybe make it more LinkedIn appropriate. But yeah, I'm just mixing it up. I mean, I took my program and I my career coaching program, and I redesigned it into 4 areas, and that was there's still a part, the career job seeker, and then there's a leadership component, which is those are the 2 that I have already. But what I added was an AI mastery component, because like most everybody in my cohorts, they're playing with it at some level. And then the last one, or the 4th component, is the entrepreneurship track, because there's people in my group asking, okay, what do I do next? And after I'm done with this job, do I what's next? Which is something I don't really want to introduce in a career coaching program, right? Because I'm not teaching entrepreneurship. But that is, I love where people's minds is there, because now when they go into a job, they're about exit strategy, and that should be doing. And that's so I've added that, and I've told anyways, it's feedback I'm getting from people. So it's just it's exciting times ahead. Doing a little bit of polishing, and maybe that will excite me to have some type of direction on my school, and I'll see if I can make that work within school.
Have you chatted to Layla? I know that Layla has got a few irons in the fire, and she would love to have a job. I don't know if you know anyone in Vancouver, or if you work in Vancouver, but I know that a lot of entrepreneurs have a bit of a side hustle, or have a day hustle and then a side hustle. But I think Layla would appreciate your help there.
Right.
Have you connected with her?
Yeah, I talked to her initially. Talked to her. Would definitely probably I'm gonna do back with her. So I got a follow-up conversation. I might have some ideas for her. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's finish it up. I'll. There's probably no need to play a song right now, but I will play a song, and then we'll wrap it up. I might even just end with the sound. I'm playing around with these new sounds. I've got a little switchboard going on here. So what I'll do is I'll play a little up and down sound because that's what it was, and I'll see you round.
All right. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Listening to KKFM.